Good morning, all. First of all, I request today's chief guest and members on the dais to please come on the dais. I request Manish Sinha sir, member finance, please come on the dais. Madam Anuradha Joshi Durgapal, additional CGCA ma'am, welcome on the dais, please. Professor Rangan Banerjee, Director IIT, come on the dais, sir. He's coming, okay. Professor Ranjan Kumar Malik, sir.
सर 5 मिनट का एड्रेस बस करके चले जाएंगे अभी लेटेस्ट
Ranjan Kumar Malik, sir, please come on the dais. Mohammad Sehwaj Ali, sir, please come on the dais. DG NICF Sri Srikant Panda, sir, please come on the dais, sir. कौन है?
डायरेक्टर सर 5 मिनट के लिए कुछ एड्रेस करेंगे फिर चले जाएंगे
Sir, please come on the dais, sir. Professor Rangan Banerjee. Sri Abhay Kumar Singh, sir, DDG NICF. Please come on the dais, sir.
प्लेट एडजस्ट करता हूँ एनर्जी को बुलाइए और बोलिए कि बोलने के बाद ही यहाँ से सबसे ज़्यादा फ्लांटस कराने के बाद बैनर्जी से बोलेंगे और चले जाएंगे तो बोलना कि फर्स्ट वी हैव डायरेक्टर स्पीकिंग एंड ही विल लीव आफ्टर प्लीज से दैट क्लियरली
Sure. So, good morning and warm welcome to Sri Manish Sinha sir, Member Finance, DCC. Professor Sri Rangan Banerjee sir, Director IIT Delhi. Professor Sri Ranjan Kumar Malik, Acting HOD of Bharati School of Electronics. Madam Anuradha Joshi Durgapal, Additional CGCA, Department of Telecom. Sri Srikant Panda sir, DG NICF. Mohammad Sehwaj Ali sir, Principal CCA Delhi. Abhay Kumar Singh sir, DDG NICF. Professor Brijesh Lal, who is the coordinator of this program. Chairman SPY, Sri Rajesh Hadia Sahab. President and Chairman COI, PK Mittal sir. All ISP and VNO licensees of Delhi, UP East, UP West, Uttarakhand, Punjab, Himachal and Haryana Circle. Dignitaries and guests of IIT Delhi. Senior officers of DoT and CGCA. Officers of CCAs and LSAs. Officer trainees of IP and TFS. Group A. Friends from print and electronic media. And friends who have joined online. I welcome all of you in this 2 days seminar cum workshop on skill development and capacity building of small licensees organized by NICF in collaboration with IIT Delhi. First of all, I invite all the dignitaries to light the ceremonial lamp and formally start the inaugural session. Sridevi and Ravija, please assist them. We'll do that. Now, after welcoming Almighty for the success of this 2 days program, I request officer trainees of IP and TFS to come and welcome to the dais with the planter. I request Swapnil Nisargan, please come and welcome to Manish Sinha, sir. I request Prasenjit to come and welcome Professor Banerjee, the Director IIT. I request Mr. Ramkishan to come and welcome Ranjan Kumar Malik, sir. I request Asutosh Gupta to come and welcome Additional CGCA ma'am. I request Asutosh Sati come and welcome DG NICF, sir. Nikhil Bharadwaj, please come and welcome Principal CCA Delhi, Sri Mohammad Sehwaj, sir. And Ashok Muppa, please come and welcome Abhay Kumar Singh, sir. This program is for our small licensees who are the ambassador of digital revolution at the ground level in the country and providing last mile connectivity through their digital footprints. To welcome all licensees and dignitaries, I request DG NICF sir to come and present a welcome address for this program.
I'm sorry, there's a slight change. Professor, yeah, go ahead.
So this is a slight change, sir has to go, sir has some urgent engagements. Yeah, so please sir, you are most welcome for your address, sir.
So let me just on behalf of IIT Delhi say how delighted we are that you are here today and that we are partnering with the NICF and DoT. We at IIT Delhi have the Bharati School of Telecom, and we are working in the Bharati School, in our Department of Electrical, in our Department of Computer Science. We have a lot of expertise in the areas related to telecom. We have also been part of the initiative, national initiative, which is an all IIT initiative where we created a 5G test bench. Now we as an institute, apart from academics and research, we are extremely keen that we see that we make a difference to society and to the industry. And in this, we are really happy to see that the licensees are here. We will be, of course, giving you in these 2 days, along with DoT, we are going to be talking to you about the latest developments. So there is capacity building and skill. But we also want to work with you to see how we can give you that added advantage, that competitive advantage, so that you as a licensee can do better in your business. So we would like to hear from you how we can help you in terms of understanding and improving your services, in terms of software, in terms of hardware. So we are delighted to host you here along with DoT, and we would like to see that we will have stronger linkages with you for mutual benefit. So with these few words, I'd like to welcome you on behalf of IIT Delhi. I'm sorry I had clashing engagements, that's why I have to rush from here, but my colleagues and the head of the Bharati School and Professor Brajesh Ral are here, and we hope that you will continue to keep coming back to the institute, and together we can see that we have indigenous technology and indigenous development which makes a difference in our society. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please a minute, sir. Sir, please a minute. Wait a minute. Please, sir. I request members, sir, to present a memento and a shawl as a token of regard on behalf of NICF and DoT. So please. सर उधर आ जाइए आगे सर प्लीज. Thank you, sir. Now I request DG sir to come and present a welcome address.
Dignitaries on the dais, Sri Manish Sinha, Member Finance DCC, Professor Rangan Banerjee, Director IIT, Anuradha Joshi Durgapal, Additional CGCA, Shahbaz Ali, Principal CCA, Delhi, Mr. Ranjan Kumar from IIT Delhi, and Abhay Kumar Singh, DDG NICF. Sri Rajesh Charya, ISP Association of India, President, all the CCAs, representatives from LSH, NITPRIT, and more importantly, all the ISP and VNO licensees who are present here. A very warm welcome to all of you on behalf of NICF. This 2 days capacity building and skill development program has been organized to equip small entrepreneurs in telecom sector with latest technological developments and empower them with the management and skill development inputs to enable them to be the leaders in the Digital India program of Government of India. As per the direction of the Secretary DoT, NICF initiated this program online in February this year for 5 zones, and that was a grand success. Thereafter, we organized this kind of offline program for all the small licensees of the southern states in collaboration with IIT Madras on 7th and 8th of July this year, which was a grand success, and basing on the feedback which we received, we have just carried forward the same program to the North Zone. Friends, the ISP and VNO licensees, they constitute more than 98% of the active licensees of DoT, but they contribute only 5.3% of the revenue. Again, the small licensees of the ISP and VNOs, their share is only 1.3% of the total revenue. The VNO licensees, again, they constitute 22% of the small licensees, but they contribute hardly 0.06% of the revenue. The another fact is there are 2,934 various types of ISP and VNO licensees, but only 1,236 pay the license fees to the DoTs, meaning maybe only that many are active. Again, in terms of category, A, B, C, A category licensees contribute 92% of the total revenue, of the ISP and VNOs. B category only 6%, and C category licenses contribute only 2%. If we see the figures zone-wise, the highest number of active licenses are from the West Zone, 499, followed by North Zone, 297, and then South Zone, 186. But in terms of revenue percentage, the West Zone is first, followed by South, not the North Zone. In brief, the facts and figures tell something. The small licensees are yet to make their mark in the business. The ISP licensees are better performers than VNOs. Amongst the ISP licensees, category A dominates the business. And the silver lining is there is enough scope for the small licensees to expand. Before this workshop or capacity building program, we had made a baseline survey online. And the result is the 70% of the small licensees, they provide only the telecom service. They do not have any other business. 38% employ more than 10 employees, while 32% have less than 5 employees. 29% have not provided skill development training to their employees. 51.5% are not aware of the impact of 5G technology on their business. 85% have identified the cost recovery to be the main difficulty in providing telecom services. The above facts and figures indicate towards a skewed placement of the sector, indicating towards affirmative policy intervention, capacity building and skill development for providing a level playing field. NCA-F, being a training institute, is in the process of providing a platform for learning and industry dialogue in the interest of this sector. I'm sure the academic inputs by the professors, eminent professors of IIT, and the experience sharing by the licensees will provide meaningful takeaways for all the participants. I wish all the success to this event, and once again thank all the dignitaries for sparing their time to be part of this event. I'm also thankful for the overwhelming response from the industry side. I thank the participants from IIT who could be the future entrepreneurs in telecom sector. I welcome all of you again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, I request Sabaj Ali sir to say a few words about success of this program. Okay, if you can speak from.
Respected Member Finance, Madam Anuradha Joshi, my senior colleague, DG and ICF, Professor Ranjan Malik, I'm correct now, colleague Abhay Singh, all other colleagues from the service fraternity, and ISP operators, VNO operators, chairman of ISPI, and all other important guests who are available in this hall. My warm good morning to all of you. There is nothing much to say because lots of data DG and ISF have already shared, and we have to work on improvising the things. It looks to be a bleak situation so far. The VNOs or the small operators are concerned. And as he was mentioning that revenue contribution also from these, it reminds me, Member Finance, when we had a small discussion with Director IIT Delhi, he was mentioning that you people, the small operators, you are the MSME of telecom sector. So we have to take care of all of you and ensure that from the department side, it is our responsibility. From the government side also, it is the responsibility to ensure that these operators, their requirements are fulfilled and they also grow. I am not saying that you enter into a competition with bigger operators, but at the same time, you should also flourish. So far, this program is concerned, it is about capacity building and skill development, which is a very big, has a very big canopy, and it covers many things in that. I'm sure with that 2 days program which is being done here in IIT Delhi, you will go back with a lot of knowledge, and you would try to improve upon your working, your business development. And I would request all of you that, and I believe that it must be a very interactive, whatever the lectures are being organized here, you please make it to be a very interactive session. You please ask and address all your queries which can be answered here, and also come up with your suggestions which can be, compiled, and we would like to develop upon all those suggestions for a better ecosystem in telecom sector. I congratulate DG and ISF and his team, as well as all of you who are here taking all the trouble and coming from different parts of the northern part of country. So a very grand success for this program. And I'm sure that all of you will be benefited by this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I request Ma'am Rajoshi Durgapal, the additional CGCA, come and address the gathering, deliver her keynote address.
Respected Member Finance, dignitaries on the dais, my fellow colleagues in the audience, and most important, our small operators, chairman of some of our associations, telecom associations. It's a privilege to be here. I am wishing all success to this this capacity building training which has been organized by DG NCA-F. Looking forward for a very meaningful interaction. Like my colleague pointed out, Mr. Shahbaz Ali, that when we were with the director IIT, I feel that we are here, I am talking to my fellow colleagues also, the CCAs also who are here, that how can we make life better for our small operators. You are an important, like they say, an important last mile connectivity which you provide. And I think we value it a lot in the department, and it is our job to see that how can we make your life easier, how can we solve some of the problems which you are having. So this is a wonderful opportunity which has been provided. I hope all of us, now I'm talking of the department, the associations, and also all of you, the small operators, how can you benefit from it, and there'll be very meaningful takeaways. And I think I can see there's a way forward which will be set from here, which will sort of help the sector in its growth. So here's wishing all of you all the best, and thanking NICF for organizing this wonderful training.
Thank you, ma'am. We are here in the hub of technology and innovation and will be witnessed of 2 days brainstorming sessions by the leading persona in the field of telecommunications and innovations with the kind agreement of Director IIT Delhi and head of the Department of Bharati School. So I request Professor Ranjan Malik to come and deliver his keynote address. Ranjan Malik, sir.
So I'll just be brief. I am actually the acting head of Bharati School. The actual head, Professor Swadesh De, is out of the country. He's on leave. In fact, he's attending a very important conference in the area of telecom. That's Globecom, IEEE Globecom. It's called Global Communications Conference. It's in Brazil, Rio. So I have been associated with Bharati School since its inception around 1999-2000. And we have come a long way, about more than 20 years, and we have seen the big company point of view for matters of telecom in the country, but this initiative is excellent, and we would definitely like to promote the small licensees by helping them with training and also understand the kind of research which is required in the field of telecom from this different perspective, and we can definitely do some of our research as need-based, and I hope it will help the country as a whole and society as large. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. As I conveyed, these very special 2 days will be dealing with future technologies and security of telecom networks, as well as entrepreneurship in telecom ecosystem. Apart from that, we will have panel discussions with the licensor and licensees on their skill development, difficulties in regulatory compliances, impact of satellite communication, and sharing of best practices among the ISPs and VNOs of this 8 states and northern zone. Now I request today's chief guest, Member Finance Sir, to come and deliver his inaugural address to the participants. Member Sir.
Good morning. Pandaji, DG NCA-F, Madam Anuradha Joshi, Additional CGCA, Shahbaz Ali, my friend and Principal CCA Delhi, Professor Malik, Abhay, Professor Lal, all of you, my colleagues there from the service, Mittal Saab, my ex-colleague and now chairman of COI, Charya, who I also know for almost 15 years or 20 years now. DoT, now at least, I can't say whether it always did, but has a special place now for all the smaller licenses. There are reasons for it. Reasons because we, as Professor Malik said, year 99 was a very crucial phase for the developing telecom sector, and when they joined hands with Bharati, and the bigger companies have really grown and matured and provided a very big fillip to the growth of the telecom sector. But when we look at what kind of technology or what kind of services they provided, we are all aware that the thrust of it was on the mobile services. I don't know how many of you would remember or how many of you are as old as we are in the telecom sector, but I remember when this policy for ISPs was being made way back in 1998. The role models were actually the kind of work Steve Jobs or Bill Gates were doing out of their garage. And the expectation was that the ISPs will be all over the place, and they'll be providing small communities, societies, some kind of a landline service, which will lead to the growth of internet facility all over the country. Of course, the intervention of the mobile networks changed the
scenario here, and internet started being delivered on the mobile networks. Now we are graduating to the 5G, which in some ways is the pinnacle of the speed or the volume or capacities at which data services can be provided to the citizens of this country. In all this, I think our ISPs are being called MSME because somewhere they missed the bus or the race, got left behind in the race. But increasingly that realization is coming that wireless is not the only way that internet can be provided. And in recent years, you can see in terms of technology, in terms of business models, in terms of regulatory action, there is increasingly a desire, and now I can say it's a desire of the government, that the landline proliferate in a much bigger way than it is being done now. And in that, the role of the ISPs, the smaller licenses, who may be called the experts of the last mile, your expertise is required for taking landline-based internet to each household, every little community, every society that is, including those that are in remote regions, the rural areas. There is a parallel thrust that government wants to give a fillip to the smaller licenses who can take these services to the various households. There are three ways that this kind of a business gets affected, and one is the technology portion, the other is the commercial operations, which requires entrepreneurial skills, and the third is, of course, the regulatory environment. So I'll speak a little bit about the regulatory environment because we all are part of, or rather help to create that environment in which you are expected to function. Increasingly over the last 1.5 and 2 years, a lot of ease has been provided in terms of business, and I don't say it's absolute in terms, but it has been comparatively. It's a much easier business environment today than you would have ever seen in the telecom sector. Some steps which are being planned, are in the offing, will give you even greater relief in terms of business compliances and the problems that you face in starting a business of this kind and sustaining it over a period of time. So that sustainability is something that the government is looking at. Entry levels are almost totally free. So we are looking at how to make this business sustainable at least for a few years, so that really lifts you in the initial years and makes you commercially viable in the next 5 or 10 years that we look forward to. So for that, there are going to be more steps in terms of maybe exemptions, maybe making your continuity in the business much easier than it is now. How much of it will be done? Maybe in 3-4 months or 5 months, 6 months down the line, it may become visible. You are all aware that the government is really working hard on a new telecom bill. The entire structure of the bill, in spite of so many other issues that are being raised, is to make licensing simpler, is to make the various compliance issues simpler to deal with, and maybe even to reduce any possibility of litigation because of violations, maybe even reduce your KYC norms, to reduce your security requirements, and so many other issues are being simultaneously addressed. People have difference of opinion on bills, but the intent of the government is definitely there, that the telecom bill should provide a new route, a new way of development for the telecom sector. Following that, there'll be very significant changes, because that will become the core or the heart of what the telecom sector is supposed to be. And based on that, a new set of much easier, much simpler rules will be framed, which will possibly give a lot of relief to the telecom sector. So in regulatory terms, it's a good period to look, as you look in the future, it's going to be a very fine period where much easier ways of doing business will be possible. Commercially, I think some of you may say, and I see this feedback very regularly from the smaller licensees, that the intense competition 4 or 5 years ago also had an impact on your business, and that it led to the cheaper data rates. The fact that the business in India had grown in cheaper tariffs, higher volumes, that kind of a business model was something that most of us were, other than the main operators, were still struggling to come to terms with. So perhaps these are the questions that you need to address: what kind of tariffing to do, what is the quality of service. I think basic competition has all and everything to do with the kind of tariffs that you offer and the quality of service that you offer. So typically, we look at the large operators or the operators in the market today are offering landline services at somewhere around 1,500 for unlimited services, bundled with all the OTTs that are provided. Now that is the benchmark for all of you to enter this market and get to the new kind of subscribers, or those subscribers which are still not using it. That is the benchmark against which you have to start competing, developing new entrepreneurial ideas, and breaking that ceiling that most of you have hit, and to get more subscribers in. Long years back, me and Mittal Saab used to be there when rather controversial entry of operators was being done, but I had an occasion to meet one of the important investors from abroad, and we are approaching about 58-60% of the telephone density at that time. And I had a question which I asked that operator, who was a big investor here from abroad, and I said, what are you looking at in this market? 60% is already taken away. So after a few spoons of soup, he told me, but 40% is still left, sir. That's what we want to take. And to our surprise and everybody's surprise, that 40% is already taken now. So that outlook of an entrepreneur to be able to grab whatever is left and to take those areas of business which still ask for participation, where there is latent demand. So that's one area. To identify those and to be able to service those is perhaps a big challenge so far as the small operators are concerned. And I hope in the next 2 days they really get some kind of a germane idea as to how to go about doing that. And that, if you are looking for that, if you are curious for that kind of identification of business skill, or you can call it the business idea, if you are able to grab it, then perhaps we can hope to achieve this proliferation of the FTTH and the landline that as a collective group, as citizens, as governments, we are all looking at very seriously now, and hope to achieve in a big way in the next decade that is going to come. So that's the new area that both the government and the operators should strive to address. The third and last point, I'm bringing up technology, though it's not in order of that, because we are here at the seat of one of the premier institutions that leads technological development or the students from here lead the technology development in the country. You have already seen some of these steps of the government where, things like Atmanirbhar Bharat. In terms of manufacturing, there is the PLI, there is the design PLI, there is the technology development fund. So there is a huge amount of potential investment into R&D. And the expectation is that all of these investments will convert ideas into usable technologies, IPRs for the Indian innovators, and commercial deployment in the industry. And towards that, whatever ideas of business you have in mind, I think I had a brief discussion with the faculty of IIT and the director. They are willing to take this forward. Maybe even from DoT, we will be willing to pitch in and help that initiative. But sometime during the course of today and tomorrow, they'll probably invite you in groups to come and join them for specific technology development and usage for the kind of niche market that you address. And that is where, narrowing down, I'm really happy this morning in a movement of 15 minutes, I think the director was able to bring it down to that focus, that he wants to help you get technology that addresses the niche markets in which you operate. So now it is up to you to identify that niche, tell them, and also come forward with what is the kind of technological solution that you would desire. So if we are able to achieve all this in 1.5 days, it will be a big stride forward for us and perhaps set us in the path of greater technological developments. So we have had in the kind of 5G and 4G major developments. You know that one of the operators has developed its own 5G stack. Government is pushing BSNL to help develop a 4G stack. So these are important technological developments that are already happening in the country. If some of you were there at the IMC, you would have seen how much local innovators have brought in terms of new technological ideas into the network. So all these network items are in various stages of development, and I would request you to join the IIT Delhi into getting that kind of a support from them, which will help you to run your networks more effectively, more efficiently, provide greater quality of service, and hopefully build cheaper networks so that it gives you the economic viability that you desire. With this, I'll end. I hope, I wish everybody well. I wish all the ISPs well, and maybe in the coming future, we get to see more of you operating in the field, being there on the ground, operating in the field, providing connectivity to our citizens, our households, and being part of the big ecosystem that we are trying to create and be part of the digital revolution that the Government of India wants to create over the next few years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We are sure in your able guidance, these 2 days will be the watershed in the era of telecom sector and will prove to be a milestone in the lives of all stakeholders present here and shall motivate them to maximize their revenue and capacity. So with these words, I request DD Sri Abhay Kumar Singh sir to come and present a vote of thanks on behalf of NICF.
Good morning. Respected Member of Finance, Sri Manish Sinha sir, Additional CGCA, Principal CCA, Professor Ranjan Malik, Professor Bharat Lal, who was so helpful organizing this event here, Professor Hujur, and most importantly, our partners in the growth of the telecom sector, the ISPs, the VNOs. As conveyed by Honorable Member of Finance, we have to make the best use of these 2 days events. I'm giving part vote of thanks because I had a talk with Secretary DoT in the morning, and he is likely to address ISPs in half an hour time. So Secretary DoT will also be here in a while. I'm so thankful to IIT Delhi, first of all, for joining hands with NICF for this event. And as stated in the objective of this workshop, we are looking forward to enable our partners, enable small licensees, enable VNOs, ISPs in the growth of the sector. We just don't want to discuss only the regulatory issues with you. In fact, it was the idea from Secretary DoT that we should involve you in understanding the sector. We should apprise you with the growth in the changes taking place in this sector. It is exactly for this reason we have sessions like Future of Telecom Technology, we have sessions on 5G use cases, apart from discussion on the regulatory issues. So I'm so thankful all of you are here. I'm thankful to the dignitaries here for sparing their valuable time. And we look forward to 1.5 days of intensive interaction. If you understand the sector, if you grow, the country grows. So we are together, NICF and IITD has joined hands. We will take this partnership to a long way. We will organize many more such events in future for different categories of our stakeholders. But let us join hands, let's make the best use of the event that has been organized. And we'll be working again and again to help you help the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. As informed by sir, Secretary sir will be here within 30 minutes. So after this inaugural session, we will have a quick photograph, good photograph and high tea, and we will assemble again. So with these words, I request DG sir to present a shawl and memento to the dais. आगे आइए please. I request ma'am to please come forward. I request Shahbaz sir. I request Professor Malik. I request Abhay sir to present memento and dias and salt to Panda sir. Yes. But he wants a dice photo, group photo. Professor, you also join, please. Yeah. Thank you. All are requested to join for a group photograph. Praveen Dagar and our team will lead for the group photographs venue. Okay. So Praveen. Then we will have a high tea and then come back. Yeah. Yeah, everybody knows. So please, you Praveen, you lead. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. High tea is organized in the in front of this seminar hall. Please hasten up. So, good afternoon. I request Secretary Sir to please come on dais. Member Finance Sir, please come on the dais. And DG Sir, please come on the dais. I request DG Sir first welcome Secretary Sir with a planter. I request Abhay Sir to come and give a brief about this 2 days program to the Secretary Sir.
Morning, sir. As instructed by you, we had a brief inauguration session in the morning. Sir, this 1.5 day workshop is more than a discussion on the regulatory issues or what the interrelationship of department with the licensees, especially the small licensees. We have gone far beyond. So if you remember, it was in February this year, little after you joined, we organized 4-5 online workshops with the small licensees, telling them about various issues, but generally it was confined to regulatory aspects and what they are supposed to do with respect to their licensing conditions. Sir, it was your idea that we should they are our partners in the growth of the sector. It's not just a matter of talking regulations or what compliances they are supposed to do, but we must see what is required to be done, how ease of business can be ensured, and we need to take sessions on technology appreciation as well as entrepreneurship and skill development. So, sir, this is the second in line. First we had at IIT Madras, second is here, and as you were saying during the tea that we can have it on regional basis as well. We, in this program, we are trying to apprise our partners, VNOs, ISPs, not only about the future of telecom technology, about the regulatory compliances, but we have sessions on 5G use cases. So they are our partners. If they grow, country grows. So with that motto, we have organized this workshop. And of course, when we have regulatory sessions, and as you desired when I met you in Sanchar Bhavan day before yesterday, we will be taking their suggestions on regulatory aspects, how to have ease of doing business, how telecom sector can grow, what are their suggestions, what are their difficulties. We will take note of all that, and we shall be making a note to the DoT headquarters as well for development of the sector. So with these brief ideas, we have organized this workshop. In fact, sir, you will be happy to know IIT Delhi has joined hands with us, and we shall be doing similar activities here and elsewhere for development of the sector. And some of the IIT students are also participating in this workshop. So it's a joining of hands of the practitioners, of those who are students, and we academicians. So with this word, sir, I thank you very much. I thank you very much, sir. You came here all the way despite a hectic program in the morning. Thank you very much.
I request DG sir to say a few words about this program.
Esteemed Secretary, Telecom, and respected Member Finance, all the dignitaries, all the participants of this capacity building program. We already had our inaugural session, but the person who initiated this idea of capacity building for the small licensees is none other than Sri K. Rajaraman, Secretary Telecom and Chairman of Digital Communication Commission. We got instructions in January. At that time, within a short period of 2 weeks, we conducted 5 online such programs because of COVID. And there, it was restricted to only these few clauses of the agreement, particularly financial clauses. And obviously, the idea of the secretary was not that. Then he told me that it has to be populated with technological and managerial inputs. Here, without taking much time, I have already shared some data, and I would like to again share the same with the secretary. And then we would like to listen to him. Sir, some of the data which we could gather is that the ISP and VNO licenses, they constitute around 98% of the total licenses of the DoT, but they contribute only 5.3% of the revenue. Again, this out of 5.3, the small licensees, means those who are not big ones, they contribute only 1.3%. The VNO licenses, they constitute 22% of these ISP and VNO licenses and contribute only 0.06% of the total revenue. And there are 2,934 various types of ISP and VNO licenses, but only 1,236 pay their license fees, means active. Again, in terms of category A, B, C, the A category licensees, they contribute 92%, B 6%, and C only 2%. Zone-wise also, if we see, the highest number of licenses are in West Zone, followed by North and South. But in terms of revenue, it is West, South, and North. So in brief, we can say that the small licenses are yet to make their mark in the business. The ISP licensees are better performers compared to VNOs. Amongst the ISP licensees, the A category dominates the business. And there are enough scope, obviously, to expand for the small licensees. We also conducted a baseline survey before this capacity building program. And some of the findings are, the 70% provide only telecom service. 38% employ more than 10 employees. 38% of the licensees, they have more than 10 employees. 32% have less than 5 employees. 29% have not provided skill development training to their employees. 51.5% are not aware of the impact of 5G technology on their business. 85% have identified the cost recovery to be the main difficulty in providing telecom service. So with these few facts and figures, sir, I welcome you again for this 2 days capacity building program. We are eagerly waiting to listen to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, without taking much time, I request Secretary sir to come and dais and please address the participants. Secretary sir.
Good morning to all of you. I'm sorry, my Hindi skills are a little weak, so I will speak in English. So I presume that most of you will understand. So first of all, I think the purpose of this workshop, I wouldn't call it a training program, because I mean there are certain things that we know, certain things that you know. I think so. The idea is to actually exchange information. I think so. I would request that maybe I think one of the sessions, if we can have an interactive session, it's an open house session where I think all kinds of suggestions can be put on the table. Then I think we will learn what you know, so that maybe I think our policies can become more aware and more sensitive to your requirements and needs. So let me step back for a minute and talk about national goals. See, we are all here together, as DoT and you together to serve this country in a particular way. So the most important goal which the Honorable Prime Minister has laid before us is to envision the concept of a digital India. So a digital India requires strong connectivity, and that is what Department of Telecommunications is all about. And we would expect that our partnership should actually take this country to that level, I think, of providing robust, resilient, strong, and reliable and high quality connectivity to every citizen of this country. Very difficult exercise, very easily said, but very, very difficult, because given the fact that there are some statistics which all of us are aware that though 4G connectivity has reached about 98% of the people, I think, in some ways, but there are many parts of the country which are still not connected by 4G, I think. So today the Prime Minister has launched, not today, I think some months ago, the Prime Minister launched this program for providing 4G saturation connectivity to nearly about 26,000 villages. So that exercise is in process. So while that be the case, and connectivity comes through various forms depending upon the geography you are located. Either it is mobile connectivity, or it could be optic fiber-based connectivity, or satellite connectivity. The undersea cables. There are so many ways depending upon where you are. I think it could be an island like Lakshadweep or Andamans, where I think undersea cables have actually made a difference. A huge difference, in fact, to as solid backhaul, which can then build a solid digital system of both mobile and fixed wireline connectivity to households. So there are mountainous terrains in our geography where I think satellite connectivity is the only way to go, and perhaps with high throughput satellites and LEO and MEO satellites just coming up, I think probably they will also get the benefit of high-speed broadband in a couple of years from now. So therefore, the national goal is to actually connect everybody. So connect everybody, and therefore, we depend upon all the, especially the small, licensees who are actually in the back of the beyond. You are in the various, nooks and corners of this country where other large players dread to go for whatever reason, I think. So because you are there, you are local, and you have the capabilities, you have the knowledge, and you have the interest, and probably you have a stake in that particular geography because you come from that village or you come from that particular geography, and therefore you want to do something for that particular. Because recently I had gone to Roorkee, so I don't remember the name of the village. I think we went to some rural area. So there was a boy from the United States. I think he did his education there. He has come back to his village. He's sitting. He's there. He's rolled out an internet service provider facility. I think so. He's a licensee, and he's also a partner of BSNL. So he provides connectivity to the villages. So therefore, there are many such very highly motivated and goal-driven youngsters who actually have decided to give back to society. To go back to the villages where they come from and try and see how their people can actually get the benefit of development through digital means. Because digital is a fundamental for information. Information is power today. Unless you have information, you cannot. You cannot compete with the best in the other parts of the world. You will be left behind. So therefore, from a national goal, I think this is very, very important. Today we have, during the COVID period, I think we were able to survive because I think of our solid digital infrastructure which we have built up over the last several decades. And especially over the last several years, I think the application infrastructure like UPI, Aadhaar, etc. have actually made a big difference in terms of the country's economy during the COVID. So I would therefore feel that the great opportunity that we have is to actually ensure that all the people enjoy this benefit. If a village does not have 4G connectivity, how will UPI help him? So how will Aadhaar enabled payments or direct benefit transfer reach him? he has to therefore depend on people, I mean, so this is the biggest transformation that happened, and thanks to that, I think Jan Dhan Yojana, I mean, I think where I think nearly about 440 million accounts were opened for people without bank accounts. That the Jan Dhan Yojana, Aadhaar, and mobile, all three have combined together to create this transformation. So I don't need to actually stress about why digital is very important. But at the same time, I think we also have a country where affordability is an issue. So people are very conscious of the amount of money that they pay for a particular service, whether it's a mobile connectivity or a fiber to home. I think people are very, very conscious. So it's a very cost-conscious territory, especially in rural areas. Maybe in urban areas, not so much. But given these facts, I think it's very important that all of us work together to actually reduce the costs. I think we are also partly responsible. I don't want to elaborate that. Mr. Charya and others are there. They are looking at me. So I'm sure that many of you have made representations. We are working on it. Let me assure you that they are working on the costs that we impose on you as well. I think we are very conscious of that. Our idea is to bring down the cost for you so that I think you can offer, in turn, cost-effective solutions to the households. So this is the idea is to serve this nation where affordability is a criteria, and at the same time ensure that we reach every household. Now, let me also assure you that this program, which is more like a dialogue, will be an annual program. I think we will therefore have to plan jointly between NCA-F, NTF, and the Department of Telecom to actually plan this annual workshops, which need not be at a north zone level. It can be even at the state level, so that people don't have to travel long distances to come here. Maybe I'm sure that many, thank you. So I'm sure that many people could not come here because of the distances. So we must do this program closer to their place of operation. So next is, so I would therefore request that during this program, please feel free to give us all those suggestions, because at the end of the day, if you succeed, we succeed. If you fail, we fail. So therefore, there is no way we can succeed and you fail. So there is no way that happens. So therefore, if you succeed in your business in reaching out to homes effectively, and if we enable you to actually grow your business rapidly, reaching out to every household, then we succeed. Otherwise, we don't. The other point which I want to do is that please offer suggestions on ease of doing business. We all acknowledge that some of our policies, some of our licensing provisions, some of them may be outdated, some of them could be imposing heavy costs on you. We understand. Some of them are necessary, some of them are probably dispensable, some of them can be modified. So I would use this opportunity to actually give us suggestions on policy. I request NICF to document all these suggestions which are received. Maybe all of you may not get the opportunity to speak today, but speak during the workshop, but please write it down on a piece of paper and share it with them, so that maybe it can all form part of the recommendations of this workshop. So at the end of the day, the government is very clear that we must improve the ease of doing business. There's no thoughts about it. We must reduce the burden or compliance burden on business, cost burden on business, etc. So that is the way to go. So please advise us on how we should be able to do that. Some of the suggestions that you may make are already with us. Some of them are work in progress. Some of them may not be so well known to us. So please do offer that. I'm sorry. One of the aims of this workshop, because this workshop is being done for the first time, I would request that you know better what these workshops should actually provide. So I would therefore also request you to give a written feedback on next time we organize this workshop. What should this workshop contain? A feedback form, I'm sure that you will be serving on them. So please do write on it as to what these workshops should have, because at the end of the day, you know what your needs are. So therefore, let us know. We will be maybe more sensitive to your requirements, so that I think we'll get the right people here to actually talk to you, so that maybe it becomes more meaningful and effective for you. So if today's workshop is a little, I think, not completely well planned, I think please understand that this is just work in progress, and we are looking forward to suggestions from you in this regard as well. Now I will just spend about 3-4 minutes on the very purpose of this workshop. The idea is that you build a successful business. I'm telling you, the small businesses to function in this country is difficult because you work in the presence of all those big titans, I think, who are all around you. I think so. Running a small business is going to be extremely challenging. You have the lack of access to finance, lack of access to maybe to markets. I think maybe high costs, and so on and so forth. I understand. There are a number of programs of the government which are focused on SMEs. So I would request you to kindly access that. Mudra loans are an example. There are many other schemes of the Government of India which are administered by the Ministry of Small and Medium Enterprises. I think we should actually next time share some of these schemes with them. Maybe I think now that you have your email addresses, maybe we should actually share it offline as well. So please do access some of these schemes to actually reduce, because the Department of Telecom does not run such schemes. So please access these schemes. There are schemes of the state government also, which actually help you to run, to set up, to expand your businesses, etc., etc. So I would request that this is very important, so that, because essentially, unless, I'm not saying that everybody will get the opportunity to access it, but if you access it, maybe you will get some the additional strength which is required to actually expand your business in whatever manner you may desire. The other thing is that, see, what he was just sharing about the size of the business. It is a five-man business, a 10-man business, a small, very small organizations. It's very important that it is not the number of people that really matter. It is the quality of the skills that come in. So I would request that, as Mr. Panda said, I think it's very important to invest in your people. Please try to train your people in the right kind of skills. Mr. Bali from the Telecoms Sector Skill Council will be here. So it's very important, because the other day I was in, as I said, I had gone to Roorkee and then was witnessing how they do the fiber splicing and all those things when a line gets cut and etc. So it is very important that you have skilled manpower to do it. I think if you don't have skilled manpower, I think then they can end up damaging your infrastructure and actually impairing your infrastructure or reducing the life of your infrastructure and so on and so forth. So therefore, it's very important that you invest some time and effort in the skilling. It is a little difficult to say that, because you need to put money there, and I don't know who, you may not know who is going to help you in doing that. Maybe I think today, I think when Mr. Bali comes, I think that connect on how to get that skill program done, I think is very, very important. We are also working with the Department of Skill Development. So if necessary, we can even organize some training program. I don't know, BSNL, Mr. Dua is here. I think if there is a possibility of BSNL also organizing some training programs in your regional training centers for some of our your channel partners, as well as some of these providers, it is a possibility, I think. So on some of these technical items, so that maybe the skill enables you to build businesses where the infrastructure gives you the best benefit. So I'm just giving you some thoughts. So skill development is very, very important. And especially at the end of the day, if you want to retain your customers, you know better than me, I think. I'm sure that we should learn from you. I think it's very important that you have good staff who are able to, getting good staff and retaining them is very important. But I think yes, giving them training to handle your customers is very, very important, because at the end of the day, unless you provide quality of service, nobody is going to stay with you, right? I think at the end of the day. So that is very, very important. The other thing is that I would request you, the national goal is to reach out to every village, every thing. So please feel free to patch into BharatNet. I hope during one of the sessions, I think Mr. Dua, I don't know, you should also have a small session where you should talk about your channel partner scheme. Some of you can actually patch into BharatNet. And if you are not already into some village, please patch into BharatNet and use our network. We can give you dark fibers. We can give you, I think, the access to our network. Our BharatNet is actually an open access network. You should feel free to patch in, and the BSNL will provide all that. So you can either become a channel partner of whatever means, I think, or you can patch into our OLTs and take the network forward. So please use BharatNet, please use BSNL. They are all state institutions which are meant to serve you. I think please find out, I think, how we can assist you in whatever means. The last thing which I would like to talk about is technology. I'm sure that there are sessions on technology. Today, this is also another challenge. Technology is constantly evolving. I think today, I think somebody sent me a message as to how in the US, perhaps fixed wireless access is actually challenging FTTH. So, so this is a challenge, especially in urban areas. I think once you have a 5G network, I think then people might find it, instead of digging roads, the last mile can perhaps be through FWA. So this evolution of technology is also something which you must be aware of. So I would therefore request that during our sessions, I think we must have a couple of people who are actually hands-on on technology also to talk about FWA and also share some experience so that you're aware of what's coming up. So I would therefore feel that this is an ongoing exercise, and also exercise to actually enable you to do better. So let's hope that this training program delivers whatever you believe is required for you, and we'll be very happy to work with you and enable the growth of digital business in this country. I would also leave one thought, because many of you are coming from rural areas. Please also work with rural institutions like rural schools, rural educational institutions, rural hospitals, etc. Because a number of use cases can be built where I think they can, maybe you should also go into not only provide like an FTTH connection, but also maybe you can also work on providing solutions. Like for instance, there is a school which requires a smart TV with some educational material. You should also try and see whether you can build a solution for them instead of just giving a bare-bone fiber connection. So building use cases and solutions for different kinds of, an SME may require a different kind of a solution. So I would request you to, some of you are, most of you I see are all youngsters with a lot of talent and energy. So I'm sure that you should move from just a product to a solution, I think. So with these few words, I'll thank all of you and for coming for this workshop. Let's hope that, that the purpose of this workshop actually gets achieved. Thank you very much, and I also congratulate NICF for this great work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So now we are opening a floor for 2 or 3 questions. So if you want to ask the question, Secretary sir is here, Member Finance sir is here. So you can ask the questions. Yeah, please. Mic, please. Yes. You can start. We can hear you. As Gokul Tandon, sir.
Our focus, sir, was to do business-to-business automation for small medium enterprises using the newer technology like VoIP, business PBX, and unified communications. So we've been at it for about 4 years with a lot of difficulties, obviously, because there's regulatory compliances, interoperator testing, and some, obviously, policies of wireless access. Because our PBX, cloud PBX product was needed multi-operator tie-up because the customer wants redundancy and functionality. Now, the whole world is going wireless. So the wireless access point, of course, we tie with one operator, but very often they want multi-operator lines. We a small company, a medium-sized company. So the wireless access is yet now not multi-operator. We are tied with one operator, which is impeding many and some other licensing issues. Of course, funding has also been very challenging. I personally bootstrapped this for almost 3 years, and significant money has gone to set up a company. We have 300 customers now, luckily in Delhi NCR. We couldn't expand to a national license because licensing was very expensive 4 years ago. Now, of course, the fees have come down. So clearly, there's much more receptivity now. Even large operators are now receiving us much more kindly. But I think a little nudge from you would be really helpful to get a good public-private or large operator, small operator symbiotic relationship rather adversarial. So that is all from a national capacity building and SMEs and rural, like you said, rural, vertical specific solutionizing, which large people cannot do so efficiently. Because we understand small companies needs better, and we have more agile IT and telecoms. In fact, we're working closely with IIT Delhi also, incidentally, on some of our programs. Just food for thought.
Thank you. I think so. We understand. Please sit down. I think so. The VNO regime suffers for some fundamental flaws compared to the rest of the world. I think like the US or something like that. I think our VNO regime needs to be enhanced. So we are making a reference to try to actually to enable this VNO regime to become more, small business friendly. Because at the end of the day, the large operator versus a small operator. So I think this is an issue which we will solve. I think we will try and solve, maybe not immediately, maybe the next 6 months to 1 year. I think through a consultation process, I think we will definitely do that. But in the meanwhile, I think, let me also tell about BSNL. I think BSNL has got a very active channel partner and a solution provider scheme. Please see whether you can work with them, I think. And even BharatNet, for that matter, has got an open access policy. Please see whether you can work with them, I think. Yeah. At the end of the day, let me put it this way. Today in our country, there are roughly about something like 28 to 30 crore households. There are hardly about 2 crore households which have got fixed wireline access. I think mobile connectivity may be around 98-99%. But fixed wireline access is very important because that is what was very useful during the COVID times for work from home and learn from home, etc. With more learning happening from home, more business happening through online business mode, it's very important to have fixed wireline access also to homes. So it can be fixed wireless or it could be fixed wireline, both ways. So India has got an abysmal nearly about 1.5% of the total households compared to about 40, 50, 60% in other geographies. Even China has got about some 30%. So I think there is a lot of work to be done. And let me also say that there is this new law, which especially in urban areas, model law, which is called the Indian in-building solution model bylaws, which have been circulated to all the states. We are working with all the states to actually to make it happen so that maybe anybody can connect to an apartment complex and then provide fiber access. So I think many of these things are in progress. We will work with you. So you can provide us suggestions offline, definitely.
Yes, Mike, please.
Sir, thank you very much for throwing the lights on the smaller ISPs. While the department is understanding as us as a partner, but the duties and rights and duties are on the both sides. What we are finding is that the duties are coming to the smaller ISPs and rights are going to the department only. They are not able to do the things what they intend to support us. Like you yourselves told that 5% are the smaller ISP. These 5% are in the villages only, not into the urban, because in the urban, there is a very bad competition where they cannot sustain. So all these landlines are what the things are being provided by the smaller ISP are into the rural side. So what I will request you, sir, is that as earlier we have requested, how to bring down the cost for the rural and the smaller tier 2, tier 3 city. There we need your support so that the cost should be bring down. One major thing which is being required is the active infrastructure sharing. All the big ISPs are interested in putting the OLTs at the rural side. But due to non-availability of active infrastructure, all the ISPs has to install the OLT and then the OLT which is not cost effective. So one thing what we have requested. Second thing, in the budget meeting with the Honorable Finance Minister, we have requested that especially for the rural and broadband, this GST should be either abolished or minimized, because right now 18% is the luxury GST what we are paying on the broadband. And so is with the equipment also, that on equipment, how to bring down the installation cost by waiving of the import duty charges as well as the GST on the installation charges. So automatically the cost to the rural will be we will able to bring down, and that will help in promoting the broadband.
Point taken. I think this is a matter which we have to put up to the GST Council, which is the Council of States. So what I would suggest is that, there are several representations we have already received, but we will definitely take it up.
Sir, another point, Pankaj Chaturvedi from ISPI. The cost, that is the burden of compliance is too much these days. The new compliances are being added by the licensor, by the department. And of course, basis the recommendations from the Ministry of Home Affairs. But the ISPs, not all ISPs can comply to those terms and conditions, and these are just being mandated by way of the license amendments. And one is that it becomes a non-compliance, and if we do a non-compliance, it becomes the major penalty issues as well. So we would request you that there should be a model wherein now the government should fund some of these compliances, because it is for the security of the nation. It is not just that as an ISP I need to do a compliance. No, it is for the security. So there should be a mechanism of sharing of the cost from the government. Thank you.
So what I would suggest is that maybe ISPA and maybe the VNOA, I don't know, there may be several associations here. So you can set up a small working group of yourselves, and please prepare a report and send it to us. Nothing on whatever is required on all these verticals, on reducing the burden of compliance, on licensing regime. Then second thing is on the costs. So we will be very happy to receive a report from you, I think, so that maybe we are in the process of doing more and more reforms. So we'll be happy maybe in the next 30 days if you can give us a report. Please ensure that the working group that you set up represents all kinds of locations and all types of business, all ranges of businesses. So it's inclusive in that way, I think. So let's hope that by December 30th we receive an input from you.
Last question, please.
Yeah, thank you, sir. First of all, I'd like to take this opportunity to compliment NCA-F, the DoT, and your leadership. This kind of event, actually, it's a great thing, and the opportunity you are providing to the startups and VNOs. Actually, I represent a VNO DG Gaon Job Factory Foundation. That is a Section 8 company also. So it is actually getting funding from the CSR funds, and government have lot of schemes actually for Section 8 and ATG companies. But then there are some 15 activities for which you can get funded. And unfortunately, the PM Money where I'm working, these Section 8 companies doing, that is not listed there. Actually, there is a lot of confusion when the donors company which are giving CSR, they say, no, for Wi-Fi I cannot fund you. So you have to write something else. Of course, they fund for skill building and capacity building. So if that can be corrected, sir, that is one thing.
It's a very good suggestion. I think let's put it in the report and send it to us, I think. So please offer these suggestions, an excellent idea.
Yes, and there is a related issue, sir. I'm also working as a partner of BSNL as managed hotspot service provider, and the partner, being partner of BSNL as well as RailTel, of course, they give me bandwidth on the revenue share basis. But when we go to the private telcos, actually they don't support this mechanism, sir. For that also, if I can request you, if you can make a reference to TRAI, because it is their
What
domain.
I mentioned about this VNO business, I think we are making a reference.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We have listened to the association of SPY. Now I request only one or two the individual association, individual ISPs, if they want to say something. Yeah, please.
Hello, sir. My name is Varun. I run a small ISP in Dharamshala, Himachal Pradesh. Sir, for a long time we've been hearing about this USO fund, and that USO fund has always been going to a public sector entity, and the progress has been tardy with that fund, at least in the areas where we operate. And for last 10 years, we've been investing our own money to create last mile infrastructure in those areas. If people like us can be funded, if we can get some subsidy to invest infrastructure, that would be super helpful, sir.
Point is noted.
Yeah. Any other question? So if there is no question, sir, we used to release our NICF newsletter. So I request Abhay sir, please come on the dais, sir, and we have to release the newsletter all with the secretary, sir. Please come, sir. And I request Tejas Mahere, please, and brief about this newsletter within 1 minute. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Sir, now we are presenting to you the half-yearly compilation of the NICF newsletter for the months of April to September 2022. So this newsletter has glimpses of the plethora of training activities, workshops, webinars, sports events, trekking, capacity building programs, etc. conducted by NICF as an Apex Central Training Institute. Sir, the first section, it has the academic activities conducted by NICF as an organization. So NICF, as you know, was instrumental in the successful organization of ITU, Regional Standardization Forum, international event at New Delhi. We also had a visit of Ms. Atsuko Okuda, Regional Director of ITU at NICF, where she interacted with the probationers and the NICF faculty. So NICF was also graced by the visit of Honorable Minister of State for Communications, Shri Devu Singh Chauhan ji, where he interacted with the faculty, probationers, and the account officer of NICF. So under Mission Karam Yogi, a workshop for nodal officers of the training institutes all over India was conducted by NICF in July. So the second section, it generally consists what we call as the expressions. It consists of all the articles which are written by our probationers as well as in-house staff and faculty of NICF. So the probationers have written about a 6-month training which they underwent at Arun Jaitley National Institute of Financial Management, Faridabad. So they have written articles on the various tourist attractions from their home states like Chhattisgarh, Odisha, Kerala. So they have written about the on-the-job training experiences as part of Telecom OJT when they were posted in CC offices. So they have also written about the various training experiences they have in NICF. So even the AAOs have contributed to the articles as they had underwent training in Srinagar. And sir, there are also glimpses and a lot of pictures which we have of Yoga Day celebrations, Sports Day, Independence Day, and treks in Asola Wildlife Sanctuary, etc. So on behalf of DG NICF, I would like to extend my warm thanks and gratitude to you for unveiling this newsletter. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Tejas. Now, at the end of this program, I request my colleague, Sri Amarnath Oja, to present a vote of thanks.
Thank you, sir. Respected dignitaries on the dais, on behalf of NICF and IIT Delhi team, I extend my heartfelt thanks to Secretary Telecom for taking his time out and attending this session and gracing with his wide words to the ISPs and all the participants present here. And sir, your words and the recommendations given by the ISPs and the participants, they have been noted, and in our report, we will be sending it to you. So sir, thanks once again for gracing this occasion.
Thank you, Amar. Sir, for your information, we will share the feedback form to all the ISPs who has joined here physically or online also, and we will submit your report also. So now I request DG sir to present a shawl and memento to, and Member of Finance sir, please join the hands. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Thanks for coming, sir. Sir, with your permission, I will start the next session, sir. Thank you, sir. So my apology to the next speaker. Please come on the dais, sir. Now floor is yours. So, thank you, sir. कर दो
So can somebody move 3 chairs आगे? We need to move chairs in front of the table. एक चेयर आगे करा दो.
हाँ सर.
3 चेयर आगे कर दो. आगे यहाँ पे 3 chairs आगे. 3. अच्छा. ठीक है सर. ओके ओके. तो पैनलिस्ट है तो हम तो आप ही को मिलते हैं. कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता. मैं देख लूँगा. अच्छा. आप मेरे को इंट्रोड्यूस कर दो, मैं करता हूँ. ठीक है सर. तो चेयर आगे कर दो. हाँ, नेम प्लेट हटवा दो, चेयर आगे कर दो. सिद्धार्थ ले लो. आगे कर दो. एक सेकेंड. So may I request? Of course, please go ahead.
So this is our first session. The topic is Future of Telecom Technology. We have with us Professor Brijesh Lal. Sir is presently Professor of Electrical Engineering Department and has earlier served as the head of the Bharati School of Telecom Technology and Management at IIT Delhi, and as the coordinator of 2 centers of excellence, Airtel IIT Delhi Center of Excellence in Telecommunication and Ericsson IIT Delhi 5G Center of Excellence. Professor Lal has recently successfully completed his assignment on co-PI for the project building an end-to-end 5G testbed funded by DoT. So, welcome sir, and I request Amarnath to welcome sir with a planter. Amarnath, please. Co-panelist. Okay. Sir, over to you, sir.
Morning, or rather good afternoon, everyone. Was supposed to start at 12. We are a little late. The way I planned this was that I'd speak for about 30 minutes, followed by a panel discussion. Since we've run out of time, I'll start with the panel and maybe towards the end share some thoughts with you about the future of telecom. So in that light, I request 2 eminent panelists to join us on the dais, Dr. Devashish Mitra and Dr. Kaushik Saha. Please come on stage and take your seat. So both of them are professor of practice in IIT Delhi, and before that they've had long and illustrious careers in the industry, multiple top organizations of the country they've served in, and made significant contributions. Thank you so much for making time. Please be seated. And I request planters be kindly given to them.
Yeah, so Kunal, please come. Deputy Director Kulan Srivastav, please come and welcome professors. And Amarnath, please welcome to other professor.
So we have two more panelists who have joined us online, Dr. Samar, and we have Professor Arzad Khairani from IIT Bhilai. Am I audible, Arzad and Samar? Can you, the two of you, hear me?
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, there's Samar and there's Arzad. Thank you so much for making time. We will felicitate you off online, but it was a little sudden. Otherwise, they would have made it in person. It's been a long time since we met each other, but however, because of the paucity of time, we have to do this online. So, like I was saying, the way I planned this was a talk of about 30 minutes, followed by a panel. But since we've run a little short of time, I'll start with the panel, and towards the end, I'll try to put the thoughts together, because you have the fortune of listening to some of the top thinkers in the area of telecom who've contributed not just to product and solution development, but also to standardization activities. Everybody in this room realizes how important standardization is to communications development, and all four have played strong roles in those kind of activities as well. So there were a few things that I wanted to talk about. So just give me a minute. All right. So specifically, I had three things in mind today. First thing that I wanted to talk about was the evolving deployment architectures that are becoming commonplace. So, for example, as things move onwards, there's been talk of fixed wireless access. There's also talk of increased proliferation of non-terrestrial networks. And also, what's happening is softwareization of the deployments, and finally, increased use of AI/ML in all this scenario. So this is the first question that I want to take up. And we will try to answer them in context of people with small licenses, because micro 5G networks micro operators are going to be strongly advantaged by these 5G private network deployments that are now talked about. So I'll start with the panelists we have here. So Dr. Mitra, first with you. Could you comment on the heterogeneity aspect of the newer architectures that we are expecting?
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Okay. Good afternoon to you all. So to answer Professor Brajesh's question, the way I look at it is, right now we have a multiplicity of business models. As we grow and more technologies are coming to roost, we are going to support several types of business models on a very versatile platform. So far, we used to have one size fits all type of situations. So with this softwareization that happens, we are going to increasingly see that heterogeneous networks are going to come together to increase richness of connectivity, right? And perhaps different types of use cases that you might conceive. Maybe it is on the factory floor for industrial IoT, right? Or maybe it is a connected car on the highways of India, right? So we are going to look at various types of connectivity enrichment services. It is very crucial that at various parts of, let's say, the Indian highway, which is supporting, let us say, in a futuristic sense of way, and maybe not an autonomous car driving, but at least to level 2 or level 3, where you have road safety to be supported, by the service provider, if not the service provider, sort of a local operator who operates a network on the roads, which connects with the automobile with a V2X type of platform. So if there is a dark zone, I mean, the secretary did say that, we need to be hyper connected, right, across. That is where the 6G vision is looking at. So in a HETNet type of situation where you are looking at, device to device networks, right, or you're looking at LEO or MEO types of networks, this is the where we are going to look at increasingly how to bring in enrichment services from partners to big TSPs, because the TSPs cannot be there everywhere. So this is what I thought I should give a small pointers towards.
Thank you, Debashish. That makes a lot of sense. So if anything, this increases the opportunity for the so-called smaller players who might be small in the terms of the revenues we're talking of, but they are not small in any ways in the matter of contribution they make to the society. So in lines with that, Kaushik, what's your take on this heterogeneity and what role it might play for small license holders?
Does it work? Yes. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Arzad. How have you been? You might remember me from your days in Samsung.
Hi.
So
hey, long time.
We were in Samsung together. It was an interesting period of time. All right. So, Professor Lal, one take, I frequently go through this Akamai reports on the internet speeds in the various countries of the world. Despite our much touted, extents of our internet connectivity in terms of fiber as well as wireless, our internet speeds are not really very nice numbers, right? We figure at, in average internet access speeds, download, we figure at lower than 50 ranks among all the nations of the world. So in fiber, it's a little better. In wireless, it's like closer to 100, if I remember. These are not nice numbers, despite the extensive deployment of wireless cellular infrastructure. Now, why is this happening? I personally do not believe that this is because of paucity of equipment. The equipment is there because the major providers in the sector have put up and spent in a great deal of money in putting up the equipment. So there can be an infrastructural problem, which means perhaps little things are basic infrastructure like electricity, etc., is not available regularly, which needs to be addressed. But what strikes me more is probably there is misconfiguration of the stuff in between. So you have 4G in the last mile, but then you have routers and stuff in the backhaul. There's a fiber backhaul or something. Perhaps there's a choke happening in the routers. Maybe our routers and gateways are not configured and adaptable to the operating conditions. They do not adapt flexibly to the operating conditions. Now, this is going to become worse when there is deployment of 5G, because 5G has this concept of microcells, nanocells, this, that, which enables, as Dr. Mitra has said, the existence of small operators. All right. Now, existence of small operators is a very nice thing, but it actually, in a way, aggravates the data choke problem. Unless that is addressed in a systematic and algorithmic manner, I'm sorry to bring in an academic point of view here, but unless it is solved in an algorithmic manner, this problem is going to only keep getting worse and worse. This is where the role of artificial intelligence in network router configuration comes in. Unfortunately, neither the larger players nor the micro operators, small operators, are well conversant or well learned in this art of network operations using artificial intelligence. Innovation as well as dissemination of knowledge in this domain to me is very, very crucial. Otherwise, this problem is only going to get worse. So this is something that I see as an enabler in the proliferation, in the improvement of extant 4G services and the imminent proliferation of 5G.
Thank you, Kaushik. So that's a point of view. Now, what happens is that choke points will arise. The moot question here is how much should the smaller players invest in innovation and research? How should research be funded? If choke points probably impact the smaller players more than the larger players, because larger players have volumes, the smaller players might have to close down because of those choke points. So who is being affected possibly might not be in a position to invest. And these are opportunities where there should be a stronger connect between the academia possibly and the smaller players, and this can very easily be enabled by NICF, and this is something that we have on the anvil, and I will talk about later in this workshop, possibly tomorrow sometime. The mechanisms that we are trying to put in place such that innovations can be driven by the requirements of the smaller players and taken care of in terms of funding and resourcing by players like IIT Delhi or NICF in conjunction with DoT. Now, let me move to Arzad and talk about a specific research area, MEC, that he and I have been working on for some time now. In context of small license holders, what is the role that MEC could play? Arzad, your thoughts there, please.
Okay, so thanks, Professor Lal, for inviting. And so, because we have been working on MEC, and we have seen that MEC, and at least there's a lot of promise from MEC part. So MEC comes in different flavors. There are lots of standardization activities around MEC. And it seems that we will be having more of this edge computing when we go to 6G. For 5G, we already have. So from point of view of small players, what I feel is that we can have lots of use cases. For example, precision agriculture, where you will have lots of intelligence coming in, so you don't want the traffic to go. Traditionally, edge has been used mostly for very kind of latency critical applications, but I think that going forward, lots of localized intelligence will be enabled using MEC. And that is where precision agriculture is one of the examples, and lots of rural connectivity aspects. One of the things that I feel is going to happen is that people. So now we see more and more cases where the choice of the communication technology that the small players are using or making are dependent on applications. So earlier we used to have few technologies available, and then we used to force fit the application on those technologies. But now that is no longer the case. Most of these technologies, at least the last mile, are commoditized now, and so the communication last mile path is up most of the time now. So there's not much of a problem, and that is where the heterogeneity comes in. But the edge part, right? So most of this data that is coming in, that will be required to be kind of processed in a standardized manner, because that is something that we cannot afford to have heterogeneity in. And so because of that, lots of standardization activities are going on, and we are part of that also. So that's my kind of summary answer to you.
Discussion up is that there might be a need for edge service providers in the near future, and some of the people sitting in this room might consider that as a business opportunity. There will be applications that will be enabled only by effective solutioning at the edge, and hence those opportunities, one of which Arzad already alluded to. Now, finally, when I come to Samar, I come back to this question of heterogeneity and add to it the concept, or rather the need for
research and development, innovation, and bring in this slightly difficult to handle issue of standardization, because in communication, interoperability is key, and therefore difficult to handle anything and make it commercially viable without it being standardized in some form or the other. So, Samar, what kind of a role do you think the small license holders should play in this overall ecosystem of standardization and the connected ecosystem of patenting and intellectual property generation?
Thank you, Professor Lal. First of all, thanks a lot for inviting me here and giving me an opportunity to share my views. And thanks for everyone on the panel who has shared very interesting point of views. Of course, standards is a very interesting play. To be honest, I have spent almost 1.5 years with the standards at 3GPP as of now, and I'm fairly involved with TSDSI as the Vice Chair of Study Group Networks. When I joined it, I heard that standards is a difficult place to be. After spending this much of time, I realized, no, it's not a difficult place to be. It's an unknown territory for us. And that makes it difficult. Once you know it, it starts becoming gradually easier and simpler. Just yesterday, I was discussing with some of my colleagues, and incidentally, this discussion of smaller companies participating in the standard building process and the incentive it brings to them, we were discussing. So let me share that. There are two things which are required. Yes, there is a regular commitment for standards, which is important. So once you know that what is your level of commitment required and what is the investment required for that commitment, you can plan it upfront. So every small player, when he plans his product portfolio, his solutioning portfolio, his technology portfolio, he is also account for a standards investment portfolio into his product and solutioning and marketing. Second thing which we have been trying out is, gear up more knowledge sharing, workshops, etc. as part of the DoT and the TSDSI initiative. In fact, DoT Secretary has invited TSDSI to share all this perspective with the larger audience, larger people, which will help to incentivize at one place. And secondly, a investment can be sought from the department and also from the other bodies, including industry, to meet certain, recurring costs in the standard building process. Now, as part of this, the smaller investors who are probably feeling that they are overwhelmed by the people, actually, it is not really. Once you start participating in the recent 3GPP meeting, if I share an experience, we have 40 delegates visiting from India on that meeting, which happened in France. It was a talk of the town. Everybody was overwhelmed. So 40 people from different IITs and startups could create an impact, and everybody was like, okay, now India is gearing up. We should not lose out that momentum. Learn the game, invest 6 months of time into this standards building process, and you will gain a lot. And then with that, the add-ons will come in terms of your IPRs, in terms of your global visibility of your products and solutions. And that will really make all small companies, investors, solution providers, product companies, manufacturing units to increase their horizon to the global platform. And we always have that case study. We know that what China did. They never, if you see, there are not too many great big companies coming from China. You can name. But there are a lot of smaller manufacturing units, smaller participations. The number of IPRs which they are putting into the system, that's huge. And that's what we probably also need to do. And that can be done by the smaller players. That cannot be done by only by the big players. The smaller players have a equal and probably more skin into the game than the bigger player because they have more stakes. And as I know, that TSDSI and the Department of Telecom and other bodies are there to support. So I think it's a nice play. It's a nice place to invest into standards. And please remove this thought that standards is a difficult place. No, it's an easy place. It takes time to learn, but it's easy. It's like playing tennis. Once you learn playing tennis, then you know how to play it. Over to you, Professor Lal.
Quite educative. I think people should take that fear of participating in standardization related activities out of their mind and contribute to it in some form. Another area that they
sorry,
should...
you're not audible if you are speaking.
Okay, is it better? I have to be that, okay. So what I was saying was that, yeah, so thanks for that take. So standardization is important, and as Samar pointed out, not that difficult. And most importantly, there's a clear momentum in that direction, supported very, very strongly by the government. So it does not mean that each one of you has to attend every standardization meeting that there is over the globe, but they should form consortia, come together and start contributing to the standardization activities in some small way. A related area, of course, is open source. While on the one hand, we talk about standardization to enable interoperability, there's also this need for open source so that it takes away the pain of having to pay for licenses. Open source is by no means moving away from standardization. You still are implementing standardized protocols, but now you don't have to pay as much. There are fewer lock-ins in terms of software-related interoperabilities and not communication-related interoperability. So before I move on to the next topic, just just one of the panelists I'd want to comment on the role open source can play, a positive role, and what's the challenge that exists in open source for some of the smaller license holders. Kaushik, if you could take that question forward, please.
Professor Lal, if I understand, there are two components in your question. The role of open source in the general development that we are talking about of the wireless cellular communication. And the second point that you want. Okay. So this is something I can, from my previous point of view that I gave on innovation in various, machine learning, etc., and softwareization of the wireless stack development. Open source is the only way to do it, because under what is called closed source, there is pretty much very little in the repository of companies for at least AIML. All the AIML work that is our fundamental is from the open source. And as having been in the private industry for 26 years, I can say that without any shame, that all the private development in these advanced areas in the private sector is done finally on the basis of starting from open source. So the role of open source is undeniable. All right, so it is there. Having said that, now the question is whether it's an enabler or a hindrance. Enabler it is, because this is the starting point. It is the culmination. It is the place where you can access all the theoretical, mathematical, and algorithmic work that has been done and coded by very brilliant people. Why it becomes difficult is because like any other thing that is open, it's very difficult to figure out where to start from. Let me give you an example. You want to, just a very trivial example. You want to install Linux on your PC or laptop and start working on some kind of development. It will take you at least 3 hours to work out which version to install, which libraries to install, before you can get into business and actually get the installation done. This is the problem that is in general pervades the entire open source based development. Where do you start from, and who is the most, let's say, which source, which particular point of open source is the most dependable? Because you can explore multiple sources of open source software from GitHub or wherever, but which is the most dependable is a very difficult decision to make. Because if you take a less dependable one, then you yourself have to spend valuable time, money, and then retrace your steps to start again. So this is the challenge that we always face when we use open source. But we have to use it because, as I said, it is the fountainhead of all the innovation that happens in the various universities and other research centers of the world. Okay, so
Yeah, thank you, Kaushik. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. So yeah, open source is another thing that what I would want this community to do is to commit to. They should form consortia, they should participate and contribute to open source. It will come back and help them at some stage. So try to join together or participate in good open source activities that you might find around you. Now, the next topic that...
A follow-up comment on that. If you do collaborate in open source, please write comments in your code.
For the benefit of the others who might use it at another. So just good programming practice that Kaushik. So it's in his blood, so many years in the industry. He's worried about having to debug the code someday. Okay, so coming back to the discussion here, the next topic that I wanted to touch upon was related to modalities. When wireless communication became popular, it was for voice or speech. And the internet service was very, very distinct from the mobile service, which was only offering voice. Over a period of time, what happened is that slowly the internet started offering voice services, and on the other hand, wireless started offering data services. While the data services improved, there has been a clear increase in the number of modalities that we can now potentially handle. The video is now commonplace, but there are two more modalities which are on the horizon. There's a lot of talk about 3D, and there's a lot of talk about haptics. So the reason that I bring this up is that today, a lot of haptic solutions are standalone. They are not really in any ways leveraging the communication capabilities that exist. So the question that I want to ask Arzad here is that if you have modalities like haptics, which potentially work standalone, but in the future have to move into the communication arena, is it easier for smaller licenses to grab a piece of the pie now, or should they wait for it to become mature, larger players have play in it, and then sort of look for opportunities? Arzad, over to you.
Okay. I mean, we do see that. One thing is, it's very hard to say what strategy should be followed. I was part of a big company which went bankrupt during 2008, the crisis, and they moved from the leaders to fast followers officially in their research. So yeah, I mean, some of this is post facto. So not to sound like to give prophecy, but it seems that there's a lot to learn in haptics when we are the way I see haptics is essentially and communication around it is convergence of communication, computation, as well as control. So far we have been talking about convergence of computation and communication. Haptics I see as also a control also coming in. So that will have its own dimensions, and small players may want to jump in now because that is a field where I think that's a gold mine, and there's a lot of small things can be found out. So even though you start with some objective in mind right now, it is there's a lot of scope there, lots of things unexplored. You may hit upon something which will become very big, and so you started with something but you ended with somewhere. I mean, that's a very common story already in industry. I mean, there are many companies which started with some objective and they ended up somewhere. But this is a great opportunity. For example, currently with Professor Lal, we are working on federated learning around haptics. So that itself has lots of aspects that we are ourselves surprised about. So it brings up so many new challenges, and small companies which have their own fresh minds and they can apply, I think, and they are more flexible. So they are, one of the good things about small companies is that mostly I have worked for a startup also. So they are not, their internal structure is not very compartmentalized as such. So their flow of idea across groups is, I feel, I may be wrong, but I feel it's much more than what I have personally seen in big companies. So I feel small companies in terms of idea and their chances of success will increase if they jump in now, if that if that can be a summary. Over to you, Professor Lal.
Sure, Zad. Yeah, that was interesting. So good that he did not prophesize, because it's very, very difficult to guess in this space. But like he said, there could be interesting opportunities, and we should keep our eyes and ears open and be ready to jump in case there is a good opportunity that arises. And before we move on to AI, ML, and softwareization related discussion, there's one more thing that I want to cover related to, again, the change that's happening, the way people are using communications. One, of course, is newer modalities, which require more capability from the network. For example, convergence of compute, control, and comm that Azad already talked about. The other one is concurrent connectivity, very, very large number of endpoints that need to be connected. And unsurprisingly, these large number of endpoints tend to be machines, simple actuators, or at other times even simpler sensors. So before I move on to AI ML, I'd like to ask Debashish to comment on the role that this massive deployment of sensors and actuators, what role can this play for some of the smaller players? And also he could probably talk about this in light of the work that he does in the area of intelligent transportation. Over to you, Debashish.
Okay, with your permission, I had one small comment based on the previous opinions that had come up on standardization and open source. And then I'll come to your question. One very important thing I think this audience can think about is, because this is all softwareization, right? In the 5G, it's all softwareization. It is based on layers of capabilities, one sitting on top of the other till it reaches the application. So the lowest layer can be the physical layer, all the networks, network devices and all. That gives you network functions. That gives you capability to another layer, which is network exposure functions. These network exposure functions give capability to service exposure functions. And then on top of that, you can design applications for your specific vertical. Yeah. You know? So if you are talking of smart agriculture, there is a vertical smart agriculture, and you are flying drones, let us say. And that is a very important business model for small time, small investment, small capital invested people who want to fly drones on a smart agriculture vertical, okay, in some part of India, right? And how does he make use of this ecosystem of open source standards and then whatever wherewithal you have with your investment? Let us pose this. So you can always think, because this is a virtual net, all these functions are virtual. It's on a virtual platform, right? You have to orchestrate it. There are several layers that you have to go through. You can very easily look at standards at the application layer that help you interoperate with other such providers at that particular small niche at the top. There in itself has the seed for you to do some open source contribution. If you are capable drone expert of controlling a drone in some field in somewhere, and you want to interoperate with somebody else's drone, do we or do we not need that interoperability at that place? That is a very important thing that people who are actually in the business can contribute into the standards. I along with Dr. Samar, we were part of Tata's earlier. He has been doing the standards activities at TSDSI, now is in Intel, I'm in IIT. So we try to design the application layer standards. It is a very high level task force, right? So while we are speaking here, I feel that this is some sort of a business model that you can think and contribute into standards, along with open source that goes with it. Because a lot of people have a lot of skills in software development. Even you don't need to work on the ORAN layer at the lower part, which is more like for the academicians and all that. But if you are, please go ahead. There are a lot of ways you can distribute the functionality between the CU and U and all that. You can do that, but please concentrate on that. Second point, if you will indulge me, I like to, the topic was future of telecom, right? and I did some looking up on the internet how the telecom will progress. And then I said, oh, you know, about 150 years ago, it was Sri Jagadish Chandra Bose who actually discovered the millimeter wave at 60 gigahertz. You know, I don't know how many of us know this. He is a lot of us give him the credit for discovering the radio, although Marconi made the patent, and he is well credited about this in the world. In fact, Dr. Jagdish Bose, he actually used some crystals to make, you know, whatever we are doing right now in the millimeter waves to generate at 60 gigahertz those waves, and he used those waves to trigger a small gunpowder explosion at Fort William across 23 meters through 2 walls. You can imagine this is the type of signaling he could do with these type of radio frequency waves at that time, when we are not even thinking of use cases. Now we have a plethora of use cases we're looking at. So what it tells me is, if we are able to have thought this out 150 years ago where there was nothing, now we have so much of internet technologies in between, you know, we have internet technologies, we have radios, we have televisions, and so many enablement stuff, we have come to this stage. So when there is a architecture of 5G or a 6G vision, I am very sure and confident there will be a lot of innovations that will come out, you know, with the Indian mindset. You know, so this is one thought I thought I'll share with you. And lastly, if I could come back to your question of modalities.
Modalities, especially machines becoming endpoints, and lots of them, lots of sensing actuators, for example, in intelligent transport.
Yeah. So one of the important thing that the scientists are grappling is with how to make sense of the signal in a very noisy and interference-laden areas, right? If there is a lot of, let's say, in millions of connections that happens. Actually, if we are talking of in 1 square kilometer, you have millions of connections, and maybe at very low bandwidth. Okay, and you are doing it wirelessly. So there is a big question that needs to be solved, is how do you ensure that the signal you can interpret at the receiver end in spite of lot of interference across so many types of signals that is there, right? So this particular type of problem has been resolved, or, you know, there are a lot of innovations, inventions that has happened, especially if you are looking at, you know, on the roadside, or that same analogy you can bring it on the factory floor with a lot of robots going around. So device to device communications, let us say, right? You don't need to go to the base station directly. We can use side link, right? And then you have to have that type of wherewithal to support so many low bandwidth communications across these things, right? So this is probably one situation that might come up on the factory floor or on the roadside, you know, where you have infrastructure to support, you know, on a congested area of a roadway where you want to monitor the traffic, where there's so much interference, right? So this will be the place where probably mostly the TSPs would be working with the infrastructure providers, okay, as well as the network equipment providers. But where I see the small players coming in is for the connectivity enrichment services, right? So if you find at certain places where there is not enough of connectivity resources, you can come up with your own maybe a hotspot and those sort of environments, and have a partnership with the, you know, bigger players and come forward with it.
Yeah, thank you, Devashish. Yeah, so clearly Devashish was more forthcoming. He's more willing to bet on opportunities in this space. What is happening is, to summarize, there are two changes that are happening. One is that the kind of modalities you want to support over communication networks are changing, and the kind of endpoints you want to service are also changing. Now the fabric of this network is becoming larger and larger, and therefore the role for people who provide services at the endpoint is increasing. The only challenge is that the opportunities should be made use of in time before it becomes inconvenient for the larger players to find a simpler solution for it, rather than rely on the smaller players. So at this point in time, if the smaller players can come up with solutions, the larger players will be happy to allow that part of the business to ride there, because the data eventually go through them. But if this continues to be an irritant for them for a long time, they will try to find ways to service even the last mile in a way possible, because they're going to be much, the fabric is going to extend much further in times to come. And before I move on to AI ML, there's something I want to ask Samar, and this is related partly to a modality, or rather to a use case. There's also talk of AR, VR and XR, and that is being touted as the next big thing in terms of immersiveness, in terms of experience, in terms of something that people want to use the internet for. So Samar, do you see an opportunity here, or what are your comments vis-a-vis possibilities of smaller players contributing here?
Okay, interesting question, very interesting question. So the AR, VR and XR, I would like to divide them into two streams. One, the application domain of it and an infra domain of it, right? Now, a small player can operate in both or in one, or whichever he wants to operate. Like Dr. Mitra also mentioned, Arzad also mentioned, if you pick up the application space, I see that's a direct opportunity for everyone, because the way we have been re-architecting the network these days, it's becoming more service oriented. So Dr. Mitra actually put it in a very nice way, that you have the 5 layer where you have all the modalities, whether you have Wi-Fi, this, that, etc. And there are network architects who are taking care of it. Then you have the network exposure function, which is the play where you have all the exposure function, which tells you that which is the best suited function for you. Then you have the exposure function, which is the application or the service exposure function, which are tailor made for you. Now, as a service provider, whether you want to play in the space of the application, right? So that's a place you play. You forget about what is the rest of it. And then you build your IPRs, you build your technology, you build your innovations, you build your solution around that space, right? That's one play which you can pick up. The another play is that you pick up that, okay, I want to be a service provider in the space of the network modality. Now you have a larger ecosystem to play with, if I tell it like that, because this is more global and this has to be more standardized. Maybe you built it as an open source or whatever, right? That I can probably touch upon slightly later. But that's another space you can play in. Then you have to identify what kind of modalities you want to support in that. For example, one of the discussions which cropped up while DoT secretary was around about the PM1E. Now, whether you pick up PM1E infrastructure as a solution providing, or you further want to go down and say, look, I want to contribute in the space of the product building around it, or you further go down and you say that, okay, I want to play in the protocol space of it. I want to apply the AI ML based algorithms, which probably you will discuss subsequently. And you play in that protocol building, system building at that level, the infrastructure support to the solution providers, and so on and so forth. So what I'm saying is that you have to choose your place to play carefully. Okay, all these are open places where you can build your infra, where you can build your application, where you can build your solutions. And once you identify that rightly and put it in the right perspective, it's an open play field. Everything is softwareized. I mean, the part of the hardware which goes into the entire ecosystem has reduced significantly. So anybody and everybody can play. Just to add one small thought here, one of the discussions which happened for 5G when 5G was converted into a service-based architecture from a reference-based architecture was that all these blocks which are present in 5G, they become independent. They become the services in themselves. So any player who wants to be there actually can get in and start providing those blocks independently, which anybody can consume, whether an authorization block, authentication block, policy block, your exposure function block, your service function block, and so on and so forth. I think that we have still not captured still I see huge opportunity for our Indian startups to come up and contribute to a larger ecosystem. So this requires a lot of understanding, discussion, and then thought process to play in that field. And I think it's a fantastic ecosystem to play in. Choose your area, build your expertise, and then execute it. I think that's how I see it.
Yeah, thank you for those comments. So the way I see it is that there are opportunities, and the number of opportunities probably increasing if anything else. So one should also be careful in making the right set of choices. With so many choices now available, one should choose judiciously. Now I come to the last question for this particular panel. This question is related to AI ML. Another one thing that you hear a lot about these days is 5G. The other is AI ML. So what is this AI ML in context of 5G and future communication, and what is the role that it can play for some of the people that we have here? And in the interest of time, as I go through the panel, I'll also request them to make closing comments, because we probably won't have time for another round of comments from them. So we'll start the way we did in the beginning. Debashish, your comments first.
Well, I'll just make my closing remark along with this. So AI/ML is the way to go, and I have seen this happening across the board, across all services. I actually belonged earlier to the IT industry, and I have seen everything being put into the AI/ML bucket. Okay. So that tells me that telecom is not far away. It is all in the AI/ML bucket. You have to apply AI/ML in all the different layers, like I explained to you earlier. Some of the layers which are very close to your heart, where the small operators can work, is in the application space, like Dr. Samar did mention. You pick your place where you want to operate. Is it in the network exposure function, or in the application space, or in the service exposure function? And you have fixed that particular vertical. Put AI/ML over there. Then you have so many AI/ML service providers. Is all data driven. You can always get an account in some big cloud operators, and you can make that. So to cut the story short, put AI/ML, and it is going to cut cost, even if in energy savings. I think there was one person in this group who said that he has to struggle with the amount of costs. The energy is a big cost that is going to come up. In my workbook, it will account for, in the emerging market, it is about 7% of the total costs. Emerging market, like India. Other places is 5%. And then if there is AI/ML, you can put in just being able to use renewable energy or the grid, smart grid, or some other generation that you have, you can have a cost saving of about 35%. So I'll leave that very important part, the sustainability with energy cost that you put in.
Right. Thank you for your comments. I will summarize in the end. Kaushik, over to you, please.
All right. Obviously, application of machine learning or whatever in the application space is again application specific, and I am not in a position to say much about it, because it depends on the particular application expertise. But what I do find very endearing and very challenging and probably nightmarish is the adaptation of the network itself in its routing efficiency in operation, in real time in operation. So for example, in our country, network conditions change, and choking occurs and clogging occurs at festival time, for example, let's say Diwali or whatever, or during a crucial cricket match or something like that. Those are very controversial. So there is no, at this moment, without human intervention, it's not possible to reconfigure the network so that this kind of choking is dealt with. So can we have apply our natural intelligence to use artificial intelligence to address this problem of dynamically changing network conditions, which will only become worse with the greater connectivity. So this is the problem that is very dear to my heart. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaushik. Arzad, your turn, please.
Yeah. From my point of view, AI/ML usage of AI/ML is something where, like, I mean, it can be used if you do not have an alternative available, kind of. For example, you have huge amount of data coming in and you need to process it. Right. But there are trade-offs which experts in AI/ML domain, they already know about it, and there are lots of talk about that. So I will not get into the pros and cons of it. But I mean, most of the people know that one has to be careful about it, and I think the ML ops related aspects which come along with the integration of AI/ML in the system must be thought about before jumping into the AI/ML uh, domain and integrating it with the solution. Though the main promise that we are bringing to the table today is the edge computing part, and that has edge intelligence as one of the key ingredients in it. But one has to be careful whether it does make sense or if there's a real benefit. So, like Dr. Mitra said, in some cases there are certainly real benefits. But I feel that there, and many people are realizing that in many cases they may not be. So one has to be very careful about it. It's not that it will solve all the problems. Thank you.
Now I am, yeah. Over to you, Samar.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Lal. Thank you, everyone, for their comments. Okay, I might have a slightly contentious comment on AI/ML. I see AI/ML as a tool. I recall my earlier days when we studied, say, FFT algorithms or some other algorithm which we start using as a toolbox within whatever we all do. Whether how it fits in well, what it does well, that's up to the person who is using it. So that's how I see it. AI/ML is just a tool. You apply it in the network, you apply it in the application, you apply it at some other place. Depending upon what kind of application, what kind of scenario, you'd have to choose the right data set, right algorithm, right approach, whether unsupervised, supervised, reinforcement, and so on and so forth. So today it might look like a very important concept because we have not understood and explored it completely, in my opinion, because we are still building the models and mathematical models and ethical aspects around it. But it's going to emerge as a tool. I see a lot of applications. The protocols are becoming AI/ML enabled. Our networks are becoming AI/ML enabled. We are becoming AI/ML enabled. Even we have come down to the points when everything which we talk about, even the protocol designing are becoming AI/ML. Our TCP is talking about that, okay, we have AI and ML embedded into it. So it's gonna become a tool and a toolbox, in my opinion, going forward. And probably, I see, the research has to just create more models, more mathematical models, so that it becomes more reliable by its nature. If we could achieve that in the days to come, I would say that will even frozen this thought from mind that yes, AI/ML is becoming a more of a tool and rather than a technology in itself.
Thank you, Samar. Thank you, all four of you. Before we end, there are a couple of things I want to say. Now, there are some very interesting thoughts that the experts have shared with us. Think about them and use those ideas judiciously if they make sense for you. So before we finally close this session, over the next couple of days, as this workshop proceeds, we are looking for a mechanism where we can help or rather work with the small license holders in ways which are more interactive than just training them. So at some stage, we will take feedback from you people, and NICF along with IIT Delhi is trying to come up with a program where we identify a few service providers and work very closely with them to help them understand their requirements and help them achieve those, not just from the technology point of view, but also from the business management point of view. We're here at IIT Delhi, the Bharati School is a school for both telecom technology and management. And this is something that our director and the DG at NICF has strongly recommended that we do, and the secretary today also gave his nod. So this is something that might happen shortly after this workshop. So when you get that feedback, do make sure that you answer in case you are interested in such kind of a closer interaction with NICF and IIT Delhi. With this, I want to formally thank the 4 panelists. Each one of them are thought leaders in their area and have made strong contributions that everybody is aware of. And today they have given us enough food of thought to keep us from making to help us make right decisions in the times to come. Thank you very much, all of you, and let's proceed for lunch. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, professors. Now I request DG sir to come on the stage and present memento and shawl to the professors. Come fast. एक और लगाओ. एक और. एक और. चल आ जाएगा. Professor Brijesh sir. I request Alex to present a vote of thanks on behalf of all the participants.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected DG NICF Srigantha Panda sir, Deputy Director General Abhay Kumar sir, DK Singhal sir, and Course Director Manish Gupta sir. We would like to really thank the panel which we had here, which thought about us the future of the telecom sector, especially Professor Devashish sir, Professor Kaushik sir, Dr. Samar, Dr. Arshad, who interacted us in such a manner that they gave us insights regarding the future of telecom. As we know that the service providers are here ultimately for the business and they want to maximize their profit. And if you are into business, information is power. The future of the information, if you have an insight towards the future, you'll be able to invest in those technologies which can you give advantage, which can maximize the capacity for you. And I think all the discussions we had, people would have been able to pick out some topics which are going to be the future of the technology. Like we can see, they explained about the AR and VR, in which you can invest in either application or in the infrastructure portions, or the using of open sources, or even using haptics or 3D. So all these thought points, AR and ML and artificial intelligence, everything can be included in your future business strategy, which can help you to maximize your profit as well as the nation to grow. So with this, I hope everyone had an informative session, and I once again, I extend my thanks to all the professors and NICF for the conducting of this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Now, all are requested to join for quick lunch, and we start next session at 2:45. Same place where we had the high tea in the morning. Good. conference room.
हाँ सर उनका PPT लेके इसी में लोड करवाना पड़ेगा। अच्छा ठीक है। मेल आईडी मेल आपको
कुंदन जी
आपको मेल आईडी देता हूँ तो मेल करवा। हाँ ठीक है। सर इनका नेम प्लेट लगा ना बाकी दोनों लोग मैं बनवा देता हूँ अभी बोला है ना सर नहीं बन जाए तो ठीक है ये सर ये तीनों ये किनके साथ आए हैं लास्ट वाले सेशन में ये छाड़िया वाले सेशन में लास्ट वाले नेम प्लेट क्यों नहीं बनी बनवा दो बन गई सर वो जो सेशन प्लान एक ही बनी है बाकी तीन का सर कोई नाम ही नहीं उसमें जिक्र आ गया ना दो तीन का साथ ले रखते ले गया फोटो सर प्रोफेसर सर दो का बनना है ये गया बन गया वो दो सब साइन कर हाँ दे बीएसएनएल बोर्ड है ना सर बाकी तो कर दिया ऐसे भी करोगे नंबरिंग कर वो बुलेट चेंज हो गया ठीक शुक्र मंडे को सर एक मीटिंग हुई DoT में वर्क प्लान कब है मंडे को 12 बजे DV से तो मार्क करके भी भेजा था तो भाई पुटअप की थी कल हमने अक्टूबर तक का हमारा बना हुआ था मैं पुटअप कर दी प्रेजेंटेशन बना हुआ था तो कल शाम को उसको देख लेंगे कल शाम को तैयार फ्री हो जाएंगे हम लंच या तो मैं वहीं पहुँचूँ ऑफिस कल यहाँ हाँ कल हम और रेनी इधर ही निकल लेंगे हाँ क्योंकि अगर उसमें ये कहेंगे कि नवंबर का भी इंक्लूड करो तो 1 महीने का ऐड करना पड़ेगा सर फिर भी तो वो लोग कल खाना यहाँ 100-150 लोग वो ग्रुप में डाला है उन्होंने 200 करने को बोला है 200 तो पहले ही था 150 कल का लंच सब बोले हैं सबको सारे हो गए राहुल राहुल मैंने आपको ईमेल कर दिया
हर्षन तीनों डॉक्टर लास्ट उधर देखो था
प्लांटर लाओ, 3 प्लांटर चाहिए होंगे. Good afternoon. I request Professor Hujur Saran to please come on the dais. Professor Harsan Jagdish, please come on the dais. Dr. Vireshwar Kumar, please come on the dais. So we have 3 panelists on the topic cyber security assurance in telecom networks. I request Tejas Mahere to come and present a planter, Dhavlendu and Prasenjit. Come and welcome on behalf of NICF to the dais. May I introduce the professors on dais. Professor Hujur Saran is a professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering at IIT Delhi and coordinator of the Center of Excellence in Cybersecurity at IIT Delhi. Prior to joining here in 1990, he did his PhD in computer science from the University of California, Berkeley in 1989 and BTech in electrical engineering from the Department of Electrical Engineering at IIT Delhi in 1983. And his research is focused on computer networks and algorithm. Professor Saran has been actively working in wireless technologies during 2000 to 2002. He was a visiting professor at the Information System Lab, Stanford, where he worked on the media access control layer on an exploratory 4G wireless system. He is the project investigator, PI of the project building an end-to-end 5G testbed funded by DoT here. Dr. Saran has also been a consultant to Bell Labs and to SolidCore, a software security startup which was acquired by McAfee. So welcome again, sir. Thank you for coming here. We have Dr. Harsan Jagdish. He is an assistant professor, Department of Electrical Engineering at IIT Delhi since 2017. We have Dr. Vireshwar Kumar. He is also an assistant professor in Department of Computer Science and Engineering at IIT Delhi. So over to you, sir. You can start your session now. Okay. So yes, sir.
Hello. Yes, thanks. Welcome to the afternoon session, after lunch session. Hopefully, we will not put you to too much sleep. To keep you awake, it's important to realize that cybersecurity is a huge problem, right? It is a challenge. It's a continuously evolving challenge, right? I don't know whether it is true or not, but in the last 2-3 days, newspapers have been carrying stories about a major medical hospital in Delhi having some ransomware attack. Again, I have no knowledge, so I will not comment on that. But I'm just saying that the nature of attacks for critical infrastructure in particular, for example, there was allegations, again not fully made public, about attacks on the Bombay electricity grid a few months or maybe 6 months to a year ago. And these continue to happen. Many of them attacks are limited and are foiled and they never come on the news. But this is a huge issue. And so we have, as pointed out by the introducers, we have a Center of Cybersecurity. Basically, it's a Cybersecurity and Information Assurance Center, which is a center of excellence across multiple departments. As you see, Harshan is from electrical, Vireshwar is from computer science, other departments, management and other departments are also involved, mathematics and many others. And today we have 3 of us from this center. The center is quite large and has more than 20+ faculty. And we will briefly introduce the issue of telecom network security. And we'll take some brief slides and then maybe we will take some questions given the time, because it will be more relevant to have a participative session than me and us just talking about. There are so many issues in cybersecurity, we could keep talking for hours. But that may not be beneficial because many of you may already be aware of many of these things. For example, in telecom networks, see, telecom networks today form a very critical part of the whole game. See, first of all your banks and everything else and Aadhaar, everybody relies on your telecom identity for the OTP that comes to you is the basis for a lot of the higher layer applications that run, whether it is when you apply for online learner's license, they do Aadhaar authentication, whether you do your income tax filing, they do Aadhaar authentication, and in the end that is OTP. And so it all depends on whether the OTP itself is secure. As many of you may have been aware, only a few weeks ago TRAI mandated something on change on SIM. See, there was a big scam going on. Somebody takes your Aadhaar photocopy, somewhere they can always find that, and some photograph and go to one of the telecom vendors and say, I lost my SIM, issue me a duplicate SIM. And they get a duplicate SIM for your SIM. You are not aware of it. In half an hour, the new SIM stops working, your SIM starts working, your SIM stops working. If you have left your phone in the bag, you don't even realize that this has happened. No calls come to you, so you don't think maybe nobody is calling me. What they do is, once the new SIM is activated, if they have got your banking information, your credit, debit card number and expiry date, anybody can get from anywhere. Even CVV, anybody can read the back of your card. You give it for a merchant at a petrol pump, you give it, they can take 2 minutes to take a photo of the front and back. How long does it take? So an OTP will come. OTP will come to the new phone. It'll authenticate, and suddenly you wake up next day and you say, oh, my phone is not working. You go, they say your SIM has been changed. So what has TRAI done? TRAI has done, it is not, I would not say it's a full solution, but it is a stopgap solution. That if a SIM change happens, for 24 hours, no SMSs will be received on the new SIM. I think that is the guideline. If I read it in the news, I have not really read the TRAI regulation, but this is what the news said. So that all it prevents is that if somebody changes the SIM, at least you have 24 hours before somebody can do anything bad with it. But that is not a solution. So even the business of changing of SIMs by providing simple identity, it has been kept very simple, but the consequence of that is terrible. Another thing, you leave your phone somewhere. Somebody takes out that SIM and puts it in his other phone. OTP will start coming to that phone. Unless you are 1% of the people who actually put a PIN code on the SIM. Most people never put a lock on the SIM. Your phone may have fingerprint and iris or whatever locking, but your SIM doesn't. All he has to do is put the PIN, take out the SIM and put it in another phone. And he starts getting the SMSs. Right? And then there are so many other kinds of attacks. This is one kind of attack which is very trivial. The other part is all SMSs are unencrypted. So if somebody is using a sniffer on your network, and as sniffers are available, which can hack even 4G. And 2G, of course, was hacked a long, long time ago, because the security on 2G is very low. So they can then actually read your SIM before your OTP before you do it. Right? If they put a SIM SMS sniffer around your neighborhood, they can do that. So there are so many issues with just the kind of authentication we have pinned as the basis for most of our financial well-being. Then, of course, the telecom networks, as we're going to 4G and 5G, we are talking about network function virtualization. We're talking about network slicing in 5G. Everything, the routers are becoming softwareized. They're just software virtual machines now. Load balancers, firewalls, all of them are just software now. Right? So again, the question is, any of this can be hacked? They all have APIs. They are all part of the network, so they are exposed to hostile traffic. My colleague here, Vireshwar, works in the area of automotive security. Right? Traffic and automotive have become so important. Right? And you are having the fancier and fancier cars, which have a lot of at least driver-assisted technology. The car is basically a very complicated network with lot of different sensors and engine control units in it. A typical car, how many engine control units does it have, a modern car? 100 ECUs in a typical car. Yeah. Right? And they are all talking to each other over a CAN bus or a more modern form of that. But these are all hackable. People have demonstrated how you can hijack a Jeep or something and control it remotely. Right? So the issue of cybersecurity is an enormous issue. And it's important to be aware of it whenever you are designing your network, what kind of security you are implementing in it. Some of you are ISPs, so you know, some of you are virtual network providers for mobile telephony and others, but all of us face this issue. And as we go from 4G to 5G and eventually to 6G, right, these things only multiply. Because the complexity of the network goes up, the amount of softwareization goes up, the number of APIs goes up. How do you get, when you buy equipment, see, some Chinese equipment is now banned or not easily allowed to be imported into this country because we feel that maybe they are embedding some chips into this thing or some hacking things. That there is some apprehension about that, and I don't know any concrete fact about it, but it is always possible. But it's also possible for other countries to do the same thing. And even if there's no bad intention, with complex software, how do you make sure that this is really reliable? And every time you get a new update, every time you apply a new patch, a new version of your operating system, what happens, right? So I have made some introductory remarks. I ask Harshan to maybe make some comments also, and then you, and then some 5-10 minutes each, and then we can take some questions. I think that will be a more efficient use of our time. Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think we can still go ahead to keep changing the slides to keep. Maybe there is a remote, right? Is there a remote? So I just need this. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone. So essentially, as Professor Huzur has given the sort of laid down the foundations as to why security is important, or sort of tackling security issues in networks is important, right? So that's pretty much what we do at CSIA. Just a slide on that, just to show that we are interested in looking at various threat models on these systems, and then see how these could be attacked, and then once these are attacked, possible ways, how to really come up with countermeasures and mitigation techniques, and then when we do that, what are the aspects of easy implementation of those ideas and so on, right? So that's essentially what we do in this as part of the center. And again, these are, again, going back to the same set of ideas that we do often hear news articles on various threats that have, attacks that have happened on various agencies, right? And that's possibly one of the ways in which we learn about security issues, right? So they do happen, and they happen because of a lot of vulnerabilities in the system, right? And when we design these systems, as such wireless networks in this matter, it's all about trust, right? So the moment we start believing that it's not trusted and it's an untrusted model, then we have to look at look into deeper issues of how vulnerabilities could creep into the system, and then how these vulnerabilities could be patched using appropriate solutions that are feasible for implementation, right? So I mean, these are some standard, for those who are in my generation or probably beyond that. So you all know that it's pretty important to know who you're talking to, right? I think, and then there are issues, and then, yeah, so that's all about authentication. So you should know whom you're talking to before you do any transaction. And then what's traditionally called as eavesdropping, which is confidentiality. This has been a historical issue, right? And then we need to also support confidentiality in majority of these cases. And of course, through this funny way, so there are issues in which you want to make sure that the data that you store or you communicate is not tampered by somebody in the middle, right? So these things, these are essentially the fundamental sort of features for any system to be secure. And that's what when we teach, we emphasize this point that this confidentiality, availability, integrity, right, as was captured, are extremely critical. And how to provide solution to these features? It depends on the use case and the applications and various quality of service requirements that are there. And that's where we come in, right? So we are not going to have a single solution to all these issues, but these solutions have to be sort of customized to the quality of service requirements and the applications in use and the use cases and expectations. Right? And yeah, and these are pretty well known in the sense how attacks take place. They could be either through software, hardware, there could be physical access as well. And then impact, as we know, it is with economic impact, ransomwares, and obviously a threat to national security with these things. So it's imperative to really deal with these things in the current scenario. And obviously, so this is one aspect of it. With respect to security, it's a serious problem. And of course, with mobile securities and the OTPs and related things, we are very much aware of these, and then there are certain vulnerabilities. But then it's part of it is actually on us, on users, to be vigilant about a few things in order to ensure that we don't give away some of the credentials that are very important, right? But despite this, from the client point of view, I think from a software service provider point of view, efforts are indeed there to make sure that there are no vulnerabilities. Nevertheless, given that security, there is no such thing called as a perfect security. It's an evolving process where study has to be made on the vulnerability with every feature, and then ensure that there are no loopholes in that. Right? So that's it's a pretty much an ongoing process, right? And then these kind of ransomwares on these, especially when it comes to all these new services that are quite essential. Now, making sure that the security of these applications are pretty high is equally important, right? And then we do know that there are various ways of social engineering attacks that are executed in order to gather information about these credentials, and in a way that leads to these issues, right? And research, there is an ongoing research about how to keep these softwares, how to make them secure and steady. So it's a part of this security area of research, and we are also handling one of these as our goals. So when it comes to telecom networks, as the theme of this particular discussion, right? So we do know some of the basics in terms of confidentiality. This is pretty much taken from any textbook would talk about it. And then there are issues with confidentiality could be either getting your data that is private, or it could be getting some statistics of your data. Both come under the confidentiality issue, right? And then there are issues with integrity that we just came across in terms of somebody manipulating it. And of course, there are impersonation issues wherein somebody could impersonate as you as a legitimate entity and then go ahead with other transactions, right? So all these issues, of course, with respect to telecom networks, what is more relevant among others is what's called as a denial of service threat, right? Which is basically where attackers could get into the system and try to block a legitimate node to really access the the services, right? And then this can actually be a major availability issue. And this is actually an important parameter when it comes to so sort of envisioning the networks in critical infrastructures, right? So in critical infrastructures, it could be, let's say, smart grid systems or urban transportation and so on. In those cases, probably confidentiality and integrity beyond this, denial of service attacks are more threatful because of the availability issue. And therefore, as I said, among these security features, which security feature is possibly more important than other, it depends on the use case. And with IoT and other urban infrastructure, so availability issue is actually one of the serious things. So far, a unifying solution to all these problems have been done through the use of what are called as a secret key based cryptography in computer science, right? And this is pretty much the case even when, let's say, when we have 5G or 5G enabled networks, when we log into the system and then we start transacting, we go through a round of transactions which ensures that authentication is made, and then every party generates a secret key, which is basically a unique sequence that is not known to an adversary, and using which the rest of the conversations can be kept confidential, intact from integrity and other issues. So this has been, as of now, one of the main solutions to all these problems. Essentially, this relies on the fact that we are going to make the algorithms and the systems in such a way that for the legitimate parties, it's very easy to work with. But if the same task is performed by an adversary, then it's computationally very hard. That's essentially the philosophy with which all these solutions rest on. Right? So I'm not going to get into details, but given this chance, I would like to go and talk a bit about wireless networks, not just in cellular, right? Of course, cellular networks, we do have a lot of issues in terms of that. So in terms of cellular issues, so let's say it could be 4G, 5G, or there are other networks such as Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, right? And all these networks, they do provide certain features to provide confidence, to provide security to the clients, right? And then it's already taken care, right? So there are other ways. So for example, in the case of WPA2, right? So the initial round of transactions that happen between your laptop and the Wi-Fi router, or your mobile phone and the Wi-Fi router, they make sure that certain keys are exchanged, sort of not in plain text, to make sure that the rest of the transactions in confidential and other security features are held. Right? And also, there are with LTE, it's taken care to make it's made sure that the design is made sure that when a user equipment talks to the home network, the transaction is fairly secure, considering that the initial exchanges make sure that they have a secret key, right? So I'm not going to get into details, but the point that is made here is that we are very much aware of the security features or the security threats that could be imposed by the adversary on our networks. And therefore, from the standard point of view, whether it is 3GPP or the IEEE, which is 802 series, we are definitely aware of the security features, and then the protocols that have been proposed as part of network, they indeed take care of some of the standard features in their implementation. Of course, given that this is an evolving area, we still, as a part of the cybersecurity group, we need to study about new threat models and how these threat models could be circumvented using new solutions. Right? So, of course, there are also other similar features of Bluetooth, but I'm not going to get into those. So, this last point from my side, I would like to emphasize on the fact that it's not just cellular networks going forward. These wireless communication-based technologies are going to be prevalent in many other applications. For example, as I said, it could be in industrial IoT settings, wherein the goal is to increase the efficiency in the factory settings, have some kind of computing and analytics so that we could increase the productivity, right? And in this case, every factory setting would need an enterprise network in itself, right? And then with the use of robotics and other things, we may require wireless technologies there. And given that these are sensitive in terms of applications, the protocol, the security protocols and the protocol stack that are implemented on a 5G or a 4G network may not be readily applicable to those enterprise networks. So that makes the challenging even hard. So we need to look at how to design new protocol stacks which are actually resilient to some of the attacks, given that the use cases are completely different from just a voice call or downloading a video, because these are much more sensitive than that, right? And of course, there are issues, there are applications with respect to urban transportation system. So just to give you an example, so think of an autonomous vehicle, which not necessarily a car. You could think of a driverless metro, right? So in this particular case, so there are no drivers on the metro. There are a series of trains that run on a given network. And then these trains are coordinated by a control center which is situated elsewhere, correct? And then what happens, the control center is going to send commands to these trains. The trains are going to get these commands and then are going to function accordingly, just without any driver, right? So while this is very efficient and has many advantages, one of the challenges here is that, of course, there are security issues with it, because in the communication protocol from the control center to a train, possibly until the station, right, everything could be secure or a wired communication. But in the last segment, wherein the signals have to reach the train, which is mobile, then basically that link is actually wireless, right? And then once it is wireless, it is actually vulnerable to adversarial attacks. It could be about confidentiality. So for example, or it could be about denial of service. So just as an example, if we decide to have this communication between the train and this control center in the last mile using, let's say, Wi-Fi, right? And then any passenger who can carry a wireless device and that is capable of emitting radio waves in that particular frequency could potentially jam the frequency of communication that's happening between the nearest antenna on the track and which communicates to the antennas on the train, right? And then that could lead to actually disastrous circumstances. And in that case, the safety of the entire railway system is going to be very crucial, right? So this is an example to give you, just to emphasize that there are certain issues with security of cellular networks. And as it is, it's an evolving area. But moreover, when it comes to seeing these cellular network applications in some of these applications like in the industrial IoTs or urban transportation, the challenges are many more. And many research groups across the globe, as well as us from IIT Delhi, we have been working towards new models to study these kind of networks in these applications, right? So this is just to give you an idea that it's not just cellular networks. There are problems beyond cellular networks which are equally important to tackle. Okay. So with that, probably I'll stop, and I will ask Dr. Vireshwar to give his insights. Thank you.
Yeah, hello everyone. Okay, so my slides are going to take some time to come. In the meantime, I can talk a little bit about what I'm going to talk in those slides. As the Professor Huzur and Professor Hassan, they have set the stage saying that security is very important, and security in telecom networks is more important, especially for this crowd here. So what I was going to talk about is that when you utilize the telecom network, so what is the implication of it when you take it to a use case? And the use case in my application is, let's say, an IoT use case, so Internet of Things use case. So you think of smart city environment, or you think of even a simple air pollution monitoring environment, or any other environment that you could think of which can be implemented using 5G telecom network. मैम मेरी slides कहाँ पे हैं? नहीं, ये मेरी स्लाइड्स नहीं। नहीं, is all right. Okay, so when you think of such an IoT environment and you look into the 5G network, then you can study this network from a CS perspective in 3 parts. One is that you could look into the user equipment UE, and then the second is you could look into the GNB, and the third is that you can study the core network. So these are the 3 parts in which you could study the 5G network when you are trying to figure out if a certain solution will work in certain environment or not, especially a certain solution corresponding to fixing some security issue. So when we study these things, so we looked into, as Professor Harshan was also mentioning, that you have to be worried about a variety of security properties. Confidentiality is one of them, authenticity is another of them. And if you would like to look into these 2 aspects and you make some measurements, you will realize that the user equipment does the same amount of work as the GNB or the core network, which means that if the user equipment makes, let's say, 10 encryptions, the core network also does some similar number of encryptions, so 10 encryptions, something like that. But now you think of the capability of the user equipment and the capability of the core network. So in the core network, you have very powerful devices connected to some electric source with some gigahertz processors. But when you think of the user equipment, then they are very resource constrained. They could be very resource constrained. Let's say it is, and because they have to be low in terms of cost. So if you think of a mobile phone, it is in few thousands, and it can run those kind of encryption or authentication algorithms. But if you think of an IoT network where there will be a variety of very cheap IoT devices, their capability will not be so that they could run the same amount of computation that a typical mobile phone can even run. So in that environment, it is very difficult to implement the same solutions that we have for our mobile systems in the IoT environment. So if the same solutions cannot work, then what is it that you could do? So we did take some measurements and we found that so when a user equipment connects to the network, telecom network, so that is the time when the overhead of authentication is very, very high. So it is possible that if you could somehow figure out a way to mitigate that overhead for that user equipment, then we should be able to use the IoT network along with our 5G telecom network. Okay, so let me just skip these things. So okay, so let me just give you one quick example, because as Professor Huzur revealed that I work in the domain of automotive security. So my pet example is from automotive domain. So what can go wrong if an attacker could exploit the communication link between an IoT device, which in this case is a vehicle, and the base station. So for instance, in this example that, so there is nothing on this, okay. Yeah. So, okay, it is not running. It is fine. So, yeah, so let me just quickly highlight the difference that I was talking about. So if you look into a typical desktop, the computational capability in terms of the clock frequency, you will see in gigahertz. If you look into a typical IoT device, it will be in megahertz. So at least 2 orders of magnitude less powerful computing capability. In terms of communication or the packet lengths that are utilized, so again there you will see at least 2-3 orders of magnitude less capability for an IoT device. And similarly for storage, you will see the lesser capability. And therefore, if you look into what happens when the 5G authentication and key agreement happens, and you see the number of packets that are communicated between different entities in the core network, and the number of packets which are communicated by user equipment, you will see very similar numbers. And again, as I have said, the core network, let's say for example, on this slide, let's say I am looking at the first row here. So unified data management, so UDM. So this will be implemented by a very, very powerful computer. And it is handling 45 packets, which is around 6.4% of the all packets which are communicated during the authentication phase. And if you look into the second last row or the last row, so which is the UE, which is communicating 32 packets, which is also 4.6% of the total number of packets. So in those numbers, you see very similar numbers. So the point that I want to make is that the UE does very similar amount of work that a component of the core network does, but with a much less computational capability. So again, it is showing very similar things, what happens in the core side, number of hashes performed, number of encryptions performed, number of integrity function calls. And very similar things in terms of number of milliseconds it takes for it to run. So to summarize, yeah, so it is difficult for resource-constrained IoT devices to implement 5G AKA. And so what is the way forward? So the way forward, of course, when you cannot prevent something, you will have to go for detecting that type of attack. So this is something that is a potential solution that if you employ cryptographic algorithms to authenticate, to prevent attacks, and you could not prevent it, or you cannot employ cryptographic techniques, so then what to do? So then you just go ahead and utilize some intrusion detection system. So you can look into variety of features at either user equipment or G-Node B or the core network. So for instance, some of the features that you could look into for detecting an attack for that which could be deviation from the 5G AKA algorithm. So is there something going wrong there? If there is any congestion that is happening, is there any slice switch that is happening which is abnormal? Is there a session management function overhead that is causing the core network to function in an abnormal way? So these are some of the things that you could look into and then extract some features out of them and then figure out if there is an actual attack or not. So the question that I want to conclude the question with which I would like to conclude my part of the talk is that, are we ready to live in the 5G enabled IoT environments? So probably, so we are definitely in that situation where we could have a 5G enabled IoT environment, but security remains the core concern, and not all concerns have been addressed in this domain. Yeah, thank you.
So with that introduction, I think we have some time. So let us take some questions first and then take the discussion wherever the questions take us. So can we have a mic for the questioners?
Yes.
There is one right here.
Sir, I have two questions. One is we are pushing towards indigenization of technology. We are trying to develop our own solution, domestic solution. Will it help the security concerns in cyber domain? And the second thing, those security gaps which are coming because of gaps in the protocols and standards, what is solution for such security gaps?
Okay, so two questions are asked here. The first question relates to if we do indigenous technology, will that address the security? So to the extent that, there have been cases where when a PCB got manufactured in country X, some small additional resistor or chip, very small tiny chip was found on it later, which was not even there in the original design, right? And it turns out that could act as an attack vector. So when we say we are doing indigenous, sometimes we do manufacturing of some of these components externally. Even if we have built the design ourselves, we get it manufactured from place X, Y, Z. So as Harshan said, what do we trust? Right? We have to still trust a lot of things. Similarly, when we develop our own technology, often it is based upon a lot of building blocks that we are using, either open source building blocks or licensed tools from third parties, libraries, authentication libraries, cryptographic libraries, operating system components. So just because we are building the technology ourselves, nobody really builds modern technology from zero all the way yourself. You end up having to use third-party components. So the dependency on third parties, the fact that you have to assume you trust them, that they don't have bad intention, but the other part, that any of those components could then have problems with them. Unintentional also, right? And the second question you raised is, what do we do about standardized protocols which themselves have weaknesses that get revealed later? So that is a fact. See, we were using, in fact, if you look at Intel processors, everybody was using Intel processors. Then suddenly one day it was discovered, somebody announced, some researcher announced, that there are these spectra and other vulnerabilities in the processor design itself which could be exploited, because they were using what is called speculative execution, and through that somebody could attack it. So just like that, and similarly with OpenSSL, which is something we use a lot, all our protocols are based on web technologies nowadays, right? And those are based in themselves on HTTPS, which is based in the end on SSL. And OpenSSL 1.1 had problems, then we came up with 1.2, then that also had problems, then we came up with 1. So there we have to work with the community when a problem is found to get the right thing implemented. And of course, when you implement any such thing, you have to do a thorough testing, security testing, in addition to functionality and other testing, which may reveal some of these bugs. But it is not ironclad ever. It's only that by doing all that effort, we get to a certain level of confidence that we can start using this. Questions? There at the back.
सर, मैं हिंदी में बोलूंगा।
बोलिए कोई बात नहीं।
सब कुछ डिस्कशन हो रहा है, सिक्योरिटी के ऊपर, एम्स में हैक हो गया, वहाँ हैक हो गया, यहाँ हैक हो गया। हम जो छोटे छोटे आईएसपी को बुलाया गया है, हम इसमें क्या कर सकते हैं? मतलब हमको बताया गया है कि ये सीखना है, आपको ये सीखना, हमें तो इसमें अभी तक कुछ सीखने लायक लगा नहीं। हमें तो बताया जाता है ये वाला राउटर अच्छा है, ये लगा लो, इस राउटर पे सिक्योरिटी ये पासवर्ड पड़े हैं, ये चीज यूज हो जाएगी। हम ये ना तो हमारे पास इतना फंड है कि हम ये रिसर्च कर सकें कैसे कैसे होता है, किस लेवल पे होता है। हम तो बेसिक लेवल पे जानते हैं कि ये राउटर रिकमेंडेड है, इसमें से कोई राउटर लगा लो, आपकी सिक्योरिटी हैक नहीं होगी, पासवर्ड डाल दीजिए। या हम दूसरी प्रॉब्लम्स फेस करते हैं कि आपको एक पोल अगर लेना है रेंट पे, तो उसको 1200 रुपये महीने किराया देना है। आप कहते हो कि कॉस्ट कटिंग करो, 1200 महीने एक पोल का किराया है, 1 किलोमीटर में कम से कम 100 पोल लगे होते हैं। और
देखो, पोल का क्वेश्चन का मैं कुछ जवाब आपको दे नहीं सकता। वो तो DoT का मामला है या म्यूनिसिपैलिटी का मामला, उसमें हम बात नहीं कर सकते। जो आपका पॉइंट है कि सिक्योरिटी से मेरा कोई लेना देना नहीं। देखो, अगर आपके राउटर में पासवर्ड आपने गलत डाला हुआ है, ऐसा डाला हुआ है जो कोई भी हैक कर सकता है, और कल उसकी वजह से हैक हो जाता है, तो आप लायबल है।
नहीं, वो तो मैं
आप अगर आदमी अपने रखते हैं, उनको ट्रेन ही नहीं करते सिक्योरिटी में, और वो इसकी वजह से कल हैक होता है आपका नेटवर्क और उससे किसी को लाखों करोड़ों का नुकसान होता है, वो तो आपको कोर्ट में ले जा सकता है।
नहीं, बिल्कुल।
क्या आप जिम्मेदार हैं? क्योंकि आप अगर एक होटल चला रहे हैं और वहां एक आप गेस्ट रह रहे हैं और आपके कमरे में आके कोई मार पीट के चला जाता है आपको, तो होटल वाले की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी होती है या नहीं होती कि प्रॉपर प्रोटेक्शन होना चाहिए? तुमने क्या इंतजाम किया हुआ है? सिमिलरली आप ISP हैं, आप बिजनेस में हैं, अपना जो आप नेटवर्क बना रहे हैं उसको जितना आप सिक्योर कर सकते हैं आप करिए। जब आपके ऊपर बात आएगी, आपको इतना तो कहने की होना चाहिए, जो हमें बेस्ट पता था हमने सब कर दिया। हमारा काम यह है आपको बताना बेस्ट आज के दिन क्या है, क्या क्या आप कर सकते हो। इस बात का ख्याल रखना आपकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, और जितना आप कर सकते हो। मैं ये नहीं कह रहा कि कोई आदमी पूरा सिक्योर हो सकता है। एक होटल वाला कोई 4 गनमैन तो हायर करके बैठ नहीं सकता।
इतनी बड़ी बड़ी कंपनीज जब हो जाती हैं हैक, तो हम लोग तो छोटे छोटे, हम जितना
तो उसका मतलब यह है कि हम कुछ करें ही ना। नहीं, तो आप क्या कहना क्या चाह रहे हैं? हम जितना सीख सकते हैं और जितना हम कर सकते हैं, हमारी जो क्षमता में जो है वो तो हमें करना चाहिए। इसके उनसे ले लीजिए। अब ये बात को हम बढ़ा,
तो बाद में
एक ही बात को बार बार करके लोगों का समय नहीं जाया कर सकते। मेरा पॉइंट सिर्फ ये है कि कोशिश जितनी आप कर सकते हैं, जितनी आपकी कैपेबिलिटी आप कीजिए। राइट, आप जिसका जितना हैसियत है उस हिसाब से करेगा।
महोदय, आपसे निवेदन है, आप कृपया माइक दे दीजिए, और जो भी आपके कंसर्न है आप रिटर्न में दीजिए DoT को, ठीक है? We will take up.
अगर कोई इसमें DoT कर सकता है तो
बिल्कुल जी, I will take up. Question? Yes.
Yeah, I just have to supplement what he has said. Probably maybe because you come from more from the academic side, and then he has a business problem, and I sit in the middle because I belong to BSNL, and then we see these problems with smaller ISPs. What he is narrating is probably that the security, which is a complex subject in itself, is very difficult for a normal ISP who is running 1,000 odd customers to appreciate what can be the impact of this. So my one take on this, probably I'll put to DoT also, that time has come that if we want to encourage smaller ISPs to do more for the growth of internet, we need to cloudify the infrastructure required by the smaller ISPs. See, till date, the cloud as a phenomena was probably not so penetrated in the country as it is today. So if I talk of key elements into an ISP, he has something kind of a customer management system. He has something like a network management system. So these are typical components which each of the ISP today invests for that network to be created, for that customer to be maintained. But time has come where government can be one of the sponsor for a cloudified infrastructure for the ISPs, where they just take care of the last mile last mile to the customer, which is the customer service, not put their energies, time and money on the key infrastructure for running the customers. That's what BSNL initiative has been for last 3 years, cloudify everything for the last mile partner. And once you've done that, security or similar complex issues are my baby. It's not the baby of the last mile partner. That's how we can simplify the life for the service partner and take that complexity or cost or everything on the bigger player. That's my take on it, and I'll put a paper also on this to back to DoT as you have asked. Thank you.
Right. So, the point is being made that when you have a small ISP, you have to still authenticate customers. You have a business support system. You may even have an element management system for your routers, all of those kinds of things, which is a complicated, costly operation for a small ISP to run. And the point being made is that some entity, whoever it is, could offer this as a service to smaller ISPs. It could be the ISP association. We could ask DoT to provide some subsidy. These are matters, again, in the morning, Secretary suggested that ISP association can write proposals. Others, like you have, can submit suggestions so that the life of the ISP, smaller ISP, is simplified, right? I think I agree with that. I think, and any suggestions on that? DoT has said they will look at it. Right. So that we can, I agree that even if you look at other context, every small university, college, campus, they're doing Google Mail or Microsoft Mail, they are not using their own mail because it's cloudified. If there are 500 ISPs in India, somebody in partnership, they can charge something. It can be a business itself, right? Offering this service, right? So it is not, we can say, look at the government. But if you give it to the government, then the government processes have their own speed, right? It is far better for your own association to work it out among yourselves with some support, some subsidy, if need be, from the government. That would be a more effective mechanism. But that's just a suggestion from my side.
So if there is no question, I request Dhavalendu to present a formal vote of thanks on behalf of all the participants.
Good afternoon, everyone. I, Dhavalendu, on behalf of NICF and DoT, would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed panelists, Professor Huzur, Dr. Vireshwar, Dr. Harshan. It's our privilege and honor to have your insights on this important topic. I believe that discussion, value addition, and knowledge sharing facilitated by our esteemed panelists would help in widening our understanding and horizon. Thank you.
Professors, just a minute, please. I request DG sir to please come on the dais and present memento and shawl to the faculties. Come. Thank you, sir. Next session will be panel discussion on entrepreneurship and skill development in telecom ecosystem. The panelist will be Sri Rajesh Kumar Pathak, Secretary, Technology Development Board, Department of Science and Technology, and Sri Arvind Bali, CEO, TSSC. So now we have a 15-20 minute break of tea, and you please come back as early as possible. Thank you. Organizers are requested to call all the participants in the seminar hall immediately. Both the panelists has reached in the seminar hall. Siddharth, Kundan, Praveen. ये पीपीटी बोल दी उसको लेने के लिए. Good evening all. I request panelists of this session, Sri Rajesh Kumar Pathak sir, to come on dais. Sri Rajesh Kumar Pathak, please give a big round of applause. Madam Sarita Elawat, Dr. Sarita Elawat from Boat Lab, please come on the dais. Dr. Arvind Bali, he is the CEO TSSC. I request Shrutisha and Vineet come and welcome with the planter. Planter. आगे आ जाओ. Dr. Arvind Bali, please come on the dais. Prasenjit, come and welcome to Sri Arvind Bali sir. So I request sir, Bali sir, you please start your session first. Your presentation is there. So please come on the dais. Yeah.
Good evening, Namaskar, Sat Shri Akal. I'm very happy. This is my second time I'm participating in your events. And as such, it is very exciting time for all of us for 2-3 reasons. One, as you all know, that 5G rollout is taking place. There is a huge surge in demand in all the different sectors. Besides, on semiconductor, government has got a big focus. There is a big requirement coming on that. So we are actually very, very busy now in doing all those things. And I understand the format of this meeting is, I'll just make a quick 10-12 minutes presentation, and then I think other speakers will speak, and then we'll have question answers. So I'm touching few points which are very, very relevant for all of us. First of all, like when we talk about telecom, a lot of people were saying me, when I was going to the field or talking to people, that telecom is now left with only 3 telecom operators, 3 tower companies, 3 equipment suppliers, so very, very limited. But in reality, telecom is 8.5% GDP of this country, and it is ever growing. And when we actually start doing that analysis, we realize there are more than 30 subsectors of telecom which are so relevant, and we as a Telecom Sector Skill Council touch all those 30 segments. So 5G network is like one, related is Internet of Things, there are data centers, there are machine learning, artificial intelligence, then there are business enterprise solutions, there are a lot of marketing analysis, statistical analysis. So a lot of work happens. E-commerce also, or in short, as you know, because most of you are from telecom background or have telecom interest, you know that anything which is now connected actually needs telecom. If we are talking about drones ultimately is maybe equipment which can qualify into aerospace or electronic manufacturing, but it cannot work without connectivity, and there the telecom role comes. So in telecom ecosystem, we have got some broad segments, as we say that handset manufacturing, we have got Foxconn is a very big large manufacturers, Nokia, Samsung, Oppo, Wistron, Flex. Then there are tower companies like Indus, Tower Vision, GTL. Data center is a big requirement in India. So there are Nextra, and control as NTT communication, etc. Then on network service companies, we have got Qualcomm, Nokia, Ericsson's, Ciena. So all these companies, they are all global companies, very large companies, and they not only serve Indian market, these companies are also managing networks of more than 150 countries with professionals who are working in India. So if you go to Noida or Chennai or Bangalore, Hyderabad, there are big centers which are doing managed service for rest of the world. Now coming to the projections, what are the requirement of skilling or upskilling in 5G? There is approximately around 21 lakh people have to be skilled or upskilled for various 5G roles. Then, we have been talking about futuristic, even Mr. K. Rajaraman, who is our secretary, he has made multiple times his remarks related to need of the skilling. And while I'm speaking, I feel very happy and very proud in my almost 38 years of experience, and I've been dealing very, very actively with Department of Telecommunication. The first time I'm seeing Secretary conducting meeting almost every month on the skilling, the kind of focus he's giving on that. Besides that, even MIT is giving a lot of focus. Now, while I'm talking to you, I was actually in a Zoom call with Secretary MSDE. They are talking about skill, etc. So there's a huge, huge focus because there's a big requirement and there are big possibilities which are going to happen. So on 5G based roles, also there is, like if we talk about pure 5G roles and the new engineers which will be needing, I think there is a requirement of close to 1 lakh youth which will be needed another 5 to 7 years time, which is again a big demand of highly tech professionals. This is over and above the people who are already working in this space who has to be upskilled. Plus, I think you'll also be very glad to know that work on 6G has also started, and India as a country has taken a challenge that as far as 6G is concerned, we are not only be the first in the world, we'll try to take a leading role in the world, not only with our own networks here. I think we'll be having our own equipment which will be exported from India. And there are a lot of companies from India who are making us proud. Tejas, TCS, Tech Mahindra, HFCL, VVDN, all these companies are now in a big way global operators as far as telecom is concerned. Now, as far as courses in telecom are concerned, I think we have got varied different courses like starting from 5G, IoT, artificial intelligence, machine learning. On cloud, we have got many cases, drones, and retail. Now, retail is again a very big piece. Why retail is a big piece? Because there is a technological change in telecom. A lot of people are moving to first time FTTH. There are, how many households in India? We have got almost 20 crore plus households. Each household, there has to be a connection provided. People have to be explained the features. It has to be sold. So need a lot of people who can do retail activities and also support this retail function. Then, we have got our conventional job roles, which are on network management or as a service provider or as a handset segment. We also borrow job roles from electronics, IT, and other skill councils so that, we can train people on those courses as well. And passive infrastructure, which is a huge, huge infrastructure. As you may be knowing that in India, we have got more than 7 lakh towers, and each state has got some couple of lakh thousand kilometers of fiber running through it. So everywhere, I think people are needed to support them. We have got a lot of industry-led courses, and everywhere, we are trying to aggregate market demand, and accordingly, we design the courses. I think sometime back we were discussing that, with this organization, how we can get associated. So I would like to say that at Telecom Sector Skill Council, we have developed capabilities. We assess what is the market requirement, what kind of training staff need before they are put on a job, and accordingly we can make an NSQ-F aligned program, NSQ-F aligned course, and skill the manpower depending upon your timelines. Then we have got, as I was saying, that there are retail courses, Airtel, Jio, all these companies, they have got their retail stores, Apple, Samsung, Oppo, Vivo, everywhere. I think they need a lot of youngsters who have to teach features to the people. You know, like when you go to buy a 5G phone, you have a lot of queries. And these boys, they are trained so that they can explain you very, very confidently what all their phone can do. Or, you know, like the phone which you are using, how it can be better utilized for the new networks. Then on futuristic network, again, 5G courses. A lot of us who are from telecom industry, we know that there have been progression, 2G to 3G, 3G to 4G, and now 4G to 5G. And those who have been in this trade, who have been in this business for a long time, they know that there is only small incremental change. But that small incremental change is also very, very valuable. And a lot of work needs to be done around that. And keeping that in mind, all our courses have been now revised to 5G. Then our upcoming futuristic courses are on PLI related scheme, lot of manufacturing, machine learning kind of work. Measurement and testing is something which is a big focus of this country. As you know that we have come out with, or DoT has come out with the rules, all equipment has to be tested. If they're coming from unknown sources, I think there has to be testing facility here. Plus, if we are talking about all components, all boards, everything, we should have test facility in India. And then, of course, I told you about SATCOM. It is again picking up like anything, because there are always some pockets, some places where you cannot take the network. So there, you know, like satellite communication is the best, and that is why it is catching up importance. Another point which I would like to share, that cost of satellites are coming down, capability of satellites are multiplying or increasing, as we see with our handheld devices and other devices. So what is happening is the use of satellite for communication is becoming cheaper, and that's why I think in remote areas this will be a very, very good solution. And then, of course, semiconductor. Government of India is spending 76,000 lakh crore as far as this particular initiative is concerned. Now we, as Scale Council, you know, we take a holistic approach to it. We have got training centers, we have got assessors, trainers whom we train, and then, you know, we create classrooms, we create labs, we create center of excellence or labs. It is the work which we do for capacity building. Now these are some of our training centers. If you go to our site, you will find that very, very good quality training centers we have got. Some of those training centers are designed, even you want to conduct some online course, that can also be done from there. For master trainers, we are using various facilities. Even NetPrit is our partner. That facility we want to use. Then similarly, there are a lot of private companies, Tata Strive and companies like that. They are a partner. Through them, we train the trainers. Then also, you know, like assessors, because ultimately whatsoever training is happening, somebody has to assess it, and the assessor's knowledge has to be maybe as good, or if not good, at least better than trainers. Then we establish Center of Excellence. This is something which is very, very good, great initiative we have taken. And as far as COE is concerned, we have established a world-class Center of Excellence at NIT Patna, which was inaugurated by our ex-telecom minister, Mr. Ravi Shankar Prasad. Again, a facility where we have got modular lab, which can be expanded according to the requirement. Today, it is capable of giving IoT training of hardware, software, and use cases. And as on today, we have added 8 use cases, but as you know that already more than 200 use cases have been established on IoT, and all that can be demonstrated, and engineers from that institute, even teachers from that institute, can use it for experimenting it. We have planned to set up another 10 Center of Excellence, and we have already signed agreement with Delhi Skill and Entrepreneurship University, which is being done through CSR fund we are getting from Ericsson. Then MVM Jodhpur, we are working with Nokia on that. Then we have got Kaushalya University, Gujarat, where we are coming out with drone and 5G courses. And then Sri Venkateshwar University in Tirupati. So these are 4 where we have already signed MOUs, and there are many more on the pipelines. So this was just an overview. I wanted to give you the kind of work we are doing and the kind of overall focus we have got, and ultimately the direction country is taking as far as skilling requirement for telecom, especially with the changed environment of 5G. I'll take up your question answer, I think, once the other speakers have spoken. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. I invite ma'am, please.
Please, sir, please. Yes. I think on करने sir. He wants that.
No, it's just. I just want to introduce my co-panelist. In fact, I have been invited just now, and she was kind enough to come and address you. I thought you are the entrepreneurs who want to know what kind of challenges an entrepreneur face. And you are in telecom sector, there are various sectors across India. And she is one of them. I called her because she underwent lots of challenges and hurdles. And my connection with her organization is, I always say with pride that as Secretary Technology Development Board, the first project which I have signed for funding was BotLab Dynamics, and she is the co-founder, incubated in IIT Delhi. And in fact, I did my master's from IIT Delhi, so some connections from this institute as well. And she did the 29th January drone show, 1,000 drone after the beating retreat parade, and we became the 4th in the world to achieve this feat after US, China, Russia, and then 4th we became. Now they are working around 3,500 or 5,000 drones? 3,500 drones, the capability, and by doing so, she will surpass even the China's record of 3,100. And this entire journey, she will tell you, I don't want to pat my back, TDB or DST. I would love that she speaks. So with this introduction, I will hand over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. ये सबसे छोटा नोटिस रहा है मेरे किसी भी टॉक के लिए, but I felt that if any opportunity that I get to share our experience, I'm always happy. And thank you, sir, for giving this an opportunity. तो ये टॉक के साथ, I mean, telecom के साथ, I think nobody in the world can say they don't have connection. That's one industry that's connected to everybody. And drones, as sir said, so many courses, opportunities are coming, and drones, sir said, telecom industry is contributing to 8% of the GDP. So we are hoping that drone industry also becomes a significant partner in shaping up India's vision for technology. And India is just beginning in this area, but I think it's a lot of potential, and we have been working on building drones for more than 6 years now. तो हम लोगों ने अपना जर्नी यहाँ IIT दिल्ली में स्टार्ट किया, एंड अगर पीछे देखे तो शायद नहीं करते तो तब लगा था कि बहुत आसान है, ड्रोन्स हैं, एक्साइटिंग है और फटाफट हो जाएगा. पर जैसे सर ने अपने टॉक में बताया कि बहुत सारी चीज़ें चाहिए, एंड इनफैक्ट टेलीकॉम इंडस्ट्री इज़ ऑल्सो वन ऑफ द इंडस्ट्री दैट नीड्स लॉट ऑफ इनोवेशन फ्रॉम इंडिया. तो बहुत सारे जो इंस्ट्रूमेंट है टेलीकॉम इंडस्ट्री में, आपको पता ही है कि वो इंडिया में नहीं बनते, इनोवेट नहीं होते, चाहे वो 5G मॉड्यूल हो या पहले की टेक्नोलॉजी हो. इवन दी एंटीनाज आई फाउंड वेरी रिसेंटली दैट हम लोग बाहर से ही ला रहे थे. तो अभी जैसे सर ने विविडियन का नाम लिया, तो विविडियन इज़ अ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कंपनी इन मानेसर, एंड आई हैपन टू बी देयर. कुछ 2-4 महीने पहले मैं वहाँ पे थी, तो तब वो बता रहे थे कि जो बड़े बड़े 6-6 फुट के एंटीनाज वो लगाते हैं वो टावर पे, वो भी इंडिया बाहर से इम्पोर्ट कर रहा था. So I think telecom industry and our industry cross paths, and you'll find some similarities between our visions. And then I think being independent in terms of developing technology, there is a lot of scope and for our own good. So abhi, but good news is that VVDN like companies are at least making these big antennas in India. So now most of the antennas starting from 2023 will be built in India. And because this industry is growing so fast, so we are hoping with that that when it comes to drones, so we hope all the drones are made in India. At present not. And reason in my journey I'll share with you कि हम लोग क्यों नहीं बना पाते. आप IIT दिल्ली में, IIT दिल्ली टेक्नोलॉजी इंस्टीट्यूट है. Brijesh sir is here, he's a professor in computer science and he can tell you more than I. That IIT में हम engineer से ज़्यादा IAS officers बनाते हैं या फिर दूसरे because हर एक का aspiration अपने country में है ना AC में बैठ के काम करना है और engineers have to be working in the field. तो somehow कुछ 30-40 years ago हमने वो एक path ढूंढ लिया था and lot of engineering institution just like IIT have majority of the students who graduate don't end up becoming engineers. And उसमें भी software engineer फिर भी बन जाते हैं. Hardware engineer तो बहुत ही कम बनते हैं. I think the percentage is not even a %. Single % भी आपको engineer हम लोग कितना, just 3,000 we graduate, around 3,000 BTech students. Yeah, so around 3,000 engineers we are graduating with masters and BTech degree. And उसमें 1% भी बच्चे हार्डवेयर में नहीं जाते. तो इसीलिए आपका कंप्यूटर, घड़ी, कुछ भी इंडिया में नहीं बनता है, इनोवेट नहीं होता है. बट स्लोली विद आवर एग्जांपल, मोर एग्जांपल एथर है जो स्कूटर बनाते हैं, ट्रेन्स बन रही हैं अभी. तो आई थिंक विद दीज एग्जांपल्स आप शायद नेक्स्ट जनरेशन विल मूव टूवर्ड. बट आई थिंक हमारा मानना ये है कि बिना हार्डवेयर बनाए कोई भी देश आगे बढ़ ही नहीं सकता है. चाइना सबसे बड़ा एग्जाम्पल है. अगर आप देखो तो उन्होंने अभी US को सरपास कर लिया है in terms of the wealth they have created. In fact innovation में mostly because वो हार्डवेयर बनाते हैं. उनका स्ट्रेंथ ही है कि they are manufacturing hub of the whole world. And अगर आप इंडिविजुअल लेवल पे देखो कि रिचेस्ट बंदा इंसान कौन है वर्ल्ड में, इलॉन मस्क, who is also hardware, he is building things. So I hope that in India sooner or later we realize, and slowly I am seeing change. Secretary sir was kind enough to give us funding, नहीं तो हम भी खत्म हो जा रहे थे. So I think the shift is slowly coming, but for good. So I think the shift is here to stay. ये हमारा मानना है. एंड तो जैसे सर ने इंट्रोडक्शन में बोला, तो हम लोग ड्रोन बनाते हैं और हम लोग ड्रोन बना रहे थे पहले 2 साल. हम लोग डिफेंस के लिए ड्रोन बना रहे थे, 2 ऐसे बड़े बड़े ड्रोन बना रहे थे. एंड डिफेंस जो एक इंडस्ट्री है वो बहुत डिफ़िकल्ट है फॉर इवन फॉर अ स्टार्टअप फ्रॉम IIT दिल्ली टू क्रैक, बिकॉज उनके प्रोसेसेस बहुत हार्ड हैं और उनको जो टाइप के ड्रोन्स चाहिए या टेक्नोलॉजी चाहिए वो मिल ग्रेड होनी चाहिए कि टूट फूट जाए चलेगा. पर आप जब कॉलेज से बाहर होते हो आपको पता नहीं है कि कंज्यूमर को क्या चाहिए और आप बनाने की कैपेबिलिटी. तो इन सम वेज हम भी बहुत नाइव थे कि क्या टेक्नोलॉजी की ज़रूरत है और हमने 2-3 साल बहुत स्ट्रगल किया. तो इनफैक्ट आपको मैं अपने को फाउंडर्स की भी अगर फ़ोटो इसमें है तो दिखाऊंगी. तो तन्मय नानुज 2 IIT दिल्ली BTech ग्रेजुएट्स एंड इन 2016 दे हैड जस्ट पास्ड आउट फ्रॉम IIT दिल्ली. उस टाइम पे अराउंड 2 साल पहले 3 साल पहले मैं US से PhD पोस्ट डॉक करके वापस आई थी एंड आई रैन इनटू देम एंड दे वर बिल्डिंग ड्रोन्स एंड वी यूज्ड टू रन टुगेदर एंड वी बिकेम फ्रेंड. तो जनरल परसेप्शन ऐसे रहता है ना कि IIT के बच्चे हैं उनको सब मिलता है, फंडिंग मिलती है, सब अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलती है. यहाँ पे 2 लड़के थे एक छोटे से रूम में इंक्यूबेटेड हो रखे थे एंड वी वर लिटरली स्ट्रगलिंग फॉर एवरीथिंग. तो फंडिंग व्हेन इट कम्स टू हार्डवेयर तो बिल्कुल ही नहीं है. तो तन्मय अपने घर से 15 लाख बोरो करके लाया था. और ड्रोन का एक एक्साइटिंग है बट उसका एक ड्रॉबैक भी है, बहुत एक्सपेंसिव है क्योंकि बिल्डिंग हार्डवेयर में कि आपको इनिशियल इन्वेस्टमेंट बहुत लगता है. तो 15 लाख में कुछ ड्रोन बन रहे हैं और वो 2-3 महीने में वो पैसे ख़त्म भी हो गए हैं कि सारा हार्डवेयर ख़रीदने में. और रीज़न ये भी है कि आप ड्रोन पे जो भी सिंगल कंपोनेंट जाता है वो बाहर से ही आता है. आप चाइना से लेते हो, जर्मनी से लेते हो या सम पार्ट ऑफ अदर कंट्रीज़ इन यूरोप US से लेते हो. सो एनी अमाउंट ऑफ मनी वुड बी लेस इन दी बिगनिंग. आप घर से ले रहे हो तो बहुत ही छोटे अमाउंट है. तो व्हेन आई सॉ कि ये दो लड़के एक्सेप्शनली टैलेंटेड हैं, हार्डवेयर बनाना चाहते हैं। एंड मैं उनसे जब बात कर रही थी तो ऐसे लग रहा था कि हम कुछ भी बना नहीं रहे देश में। अगर इनोवेशन की बात आती है, आप घड़ी मतलब कुछ भी ले लो, आप यू थिंक ऑफ एनी टेक्नोलॉजी दैट सराउंड्स यू इज़ एक्चुअली कमिंग फ्रॉम आउटसाइड। फ्रिज, टीवी से लेके आज भी आप देखो अपने घर पे, आपका फ्रिज, टीवी, माइक्रोवेव सभी मतलब टेक्नोलॉजी बाहर की है। वो इट्स अ मल्टीनेशनल कंपनी दैट इज सपोर्टिंग दैट। जब आपको ये रियलाइजेशन होता है, व्हेन यू लुक एट डिफेंस, इट्स इवन वर्स कि डिफेंस में तो आप 80-90% टेक्नोलॉजी बाहर से ही ले रहे हैं। तो ये रियलाइजेशन इवन मुझे पीएचडी के बाद ही हुआ कि हमारी डिपेंडेंसी दूसरे कंट्रीज में बहुत ही ज़्यादा है। एंड दैट थ्रेड समहाउ कनेक्टेड थ्री ऑफ अस, एंड हम लोग नाइवली वी स्टार्टेड वर्किंग टुगेदर। हमने घर से 5 साल पैसे लगाए हैं कि सैलरी तो नहीं ले रहे हैं, ऊपर से खुद के भी लगा रहे हैं। एक पॉइंट आ गया था कि घर वाले निकालने को तैयार हो गए थे कि तुम कमा भी नहीं रहे हो, डुबो भी रहे हो। एंड तो उसमें आईआईटी ने बहुत मदद किया, एक जगह दी हमें काम करने के लिए, और हमसे सवाल नहीं पूछे। ये तो बाहर पूछते ना, आप करते क्या हो, क्या कर रहे हो। तो हमें जो थे हमें करने दिया। ब्रिजेश इज लैब हैज हेल्प्ड अस। हमारे टूटे फूटे ड्रोन लिए, हमें थोड़े पैसे दिए, तो डिपार्टमेंट, बहुत सारे डिपार्टमेंट ने हमसे ड्रोन लिए। आई डोंट नो वो ड्रोन उड़े कि नहीं, बट हमें बहुत सपोर्ट हो गया उस टाइम पे। एंड ऐसे ऐसे करके हमने 5 साल निकाल दिए। और 3 साल पहले हमें लगा कि शायद डिफेंस में घुसना इतनी जल्दी मुश्किल है, बिकॉज वहाँ पे अदानी एंड L&T बड़े बड़े प्लेयर्स हैं, उनके पास कैपिटल है, टेक्नोलॉजी भी है, तो मुश्किल रहेगा। तो हमने 2018 में हम लोग पोखरन के एक टेस्ट में पास हुए थे, और 19 में हम पोखरन चले गए थे, वहाँ टेस्टिंग की, और हम लोग 10 ड्रोन लेके गए थे। और हम जिस टेक्नोलॉजी पे काम करते हैं उसको ड्रोन स्वॉर्म टेक्नोलॉजी बोलते हैं। उसका मतलब है कि आप बहुत सारे ड्रोन एकदम से इकट्ठे उड़ा सकते हो, ऑपरेटेड बाय अ सिंगल यूज़र। तो हम पोखरन में गए और हमें फिर ऐसे लगा कि डिफेंस ही क्यों, अगर ये बहुत सारे ड्रोन हम उड़ा के पर्सनल यूज़ के लिए, एंटरटेनमेंट के लिए यूज़ कर ले। तो ये आइडिया मेरे को तब 19 में आया कि यार हम शिफ्ट मारते हैं। हम पोखरन में एक्चुअली हमारा परफॉर्मेंस बहुत ही ख़राब था। हमें ड्रोन ले जाने थे 10 किलोमीटर, हमारे ड्रोन उड़े भी नहीं, और गए 3 किलोमीटर में बैठ गए। बिकॉज उसमें क्या था कि टेम्परेचर, अगर आप कभी पोखरन सोचो तो आपके दिमाग में आता है ना, डेजर्ट है, मिट्टी है, बहुत सारी ऐसे ना, विंड भी थी। तो जो आप ड्रोन बना रहे थे, हम लोग क्या कर रहे थे कि बाहर से ले रहे थे सारा इलेक्ट्रॉनिक कंपोनेंट और मिला के एक ड्रोन बना रहे थे। तो तब हमें रियलाइज़ हुआ कि अब बाहर से सामान लोगे, वो इंडिया के टेम्परेचर के लिए सूटेड है ही नहीं। जब हम वापस आए तो हम लोग लॉग फाइल देख रहे ड्रोन के, समझ ही नहीं आ रहा कि ड्रोन आईआईटी दिल्ली में अच्छा उड़ रहा था, अब वो ड्रोन पोखरन में क्यों नहीं अच्छा उड़ रहा है। फिर हमें समझ में आया कि वो जो फ्लाइट कंट्रोलर हम यूज़ कर रहे थे वो स्विट्ज़रलैंड की कंडीशन के लिए बना है। तो दिल्ली उतना ख़राब नहीं है स्विट्ज़रलैंड के मुकाबले, तो ठीक ठाक काम कर गया। बट पोखरन बिकेम एन एक्सट्रीम एंड द ड्रोन वॉज जस्ट स्ट्रगलिंग टू टेक ऑफ। उतनी अप्रैल में भी वहाँ पे 50 डिग्री टेम्परेचर था और इतनी विंड और धूल हो रही थी। तो तब हमें लगा कि हमें कुछ अलग करना पड़ेगा। और 19 में हमारे यहाँ पे डायरेक्टर थे प्रोफेसर राम गोपाल राव, और बहुत बुरी तरह हारने के बाद भी हमारी टीम हारी नहीं। हमने वो सिस्टम फिक्स किए, हमने उनको उड़ाया, और फिर हमने हमारे डायरेक्टर को दिखाया कि सर हम ये कर सकते हैं बट हो नहीं रहा है। और इसका कारण ये है कि जो कंपोनेंट हैं बाहर से बने और ये इंडिया में कभी चलेंगे ही नहीं। दिल्ली में चल जाएंगे और फिर लद्दाख में नहीं चलेंगे, या फिर राजस्थान में नहीं चलेंगे, या फिर मद्रास की ह्यूमिडिटी में नहीं चलेंगे। तो उसका सोल्यूशन है कि हम ड्रोन खुद बनाएं, और असेंबल और बनाने में फ़र्क है। अभी आपके बहुत सारे फ़ोन्स के पीछे लिखा होता है मेड इन इंडिया, सैमसंग, वो मेड इन इंडिया नहीं है, वो असेंबल्ड इन इंडिया है, कि बाहर से आप पार्ट्स लाते हो और चिपका के हो जाता है। तो आवर डायरेक्टर एट दैट टाइम ही वॉज वेरी सपोर्टिव। तो हमने बोला कि सर अब हमें थोड़ा एक्सटेंशन दे दो और हमें थोड़ा 1 साल एक्स्ट्रा रहने को, बिकॉज इंक्यूबेशन यहाँ पे 3 साल का ही रहता है। एंड ही अग्रीड कि ठीक है आप ट्राई करो। एंड हमने उनको बताया कि हम डिफेंस नहीं करेंगे, बिकॉज डिफेंस करना बहुत ज़्यादा एक्सपेंसिव, एंड बाय दैट टाइम हम लोग कुछ 1 करोड़ रुपए खर्च कर चुके थे, एंड मोस्ट ऑफ दैट वॉज पर्सनल मनी। सो विद दैट आइडिया एंड आई टोल्ड सर कि हमको स्वॉर्मिंग आती है, वी नो हाउ टू कनेक्ट ड्रोन्स, हमने पोखरन में दिखा भी दिया है, तो क्यों नहीं हम इन ड्रोन्स में लाइट लगा देते हैं। और अभी इंटेल करके जो कंपनी है उन्होंने ऑलरेडी ये कंसेप्ट स्टार्ट किया था, वो लोग पहले ही एंटरटेनमेंट के लिए स्काई में कुछ कुछ लिख रहे थे, 3D ऐसे बना रहे थे। और इंडिया में तब एक ड्रोन शो हुआ था कुंभ मेला में, एक रशियन कंपनी ने आके किया था और वो लोग उस शो का 3 करोड़ चार्ज किया। तो देन मैंने मेरा जो टीममेट है तन्मय, उसको बोला यार अगर एक शो के 3 करोड़ मिलते हैं तो हमारी तो फंडिंग ही हो गई, हम एक शो करेंगे और डिफेंस के लिए बनाएंगे, ऐसे हमको लगा। तो वो आइडिया से लेके हमने 2019 से स्टार्ट किया एंड बनाना। तो उसमें मेरा प्लान ऐसे था कि हम असेंबल नहीं करेंगे अभी, अब जो भी पार्ट ड्रोन पे जाएगा खुद बनाएंगे। तो हमें लगा कि IIT के हैं, 2-4 महीने में हो जाएगा। 6 महीने हो गए, कुछ नहीं हुआ। हमने खुद का फ्लाइट कंट्रोलर बनाया, उड़ नहीं रहा है, वो बहुत ही बेकार परफॉर्मेंस आ रही है। तो हमारा इंटरेस्ट और एंथुसियाज्म नीचे ही जा रहा था। बट लकीली कोविड हो गया। तो कोविड से बहुत लोगों को डर लगता है, हमें अच्छा लगता है। तो कोविड होने से क्या हुआ कि दुनिया काइंड ऑफ सब बंद हो गया और हमें थोड़ा ब्रेक मिल गया। तो कोविड के 2 साल में हमने बैठ के, और मेरी टीम मोस्टली मेरे घर पे, तो मेरा घर IIT दिल्ली में ही है, तो मैं यहीं पास में ही रहती हूँ कैंपस पे। तो जब लॉकडाउन हो गया, ऐसे हो गया, तो पूरा टीम हमारे घर में रहने शुरू हो। टीम मतलब 10-12 लोग, इंजीनियर्स मोस्टली, और हम लोग घर बैठ के ये सब स्टार्ट किया। और कोविड के मिडल में 2020 में हमारा फ्लाइट कंट्रोलर ड्रोन बन गया। जो ड्रोन बन के उड़ रहा था वो हमारे ही कंपोनेंट पे उड़ रहा था। और हम लोग पूरा का पूरा सिस्टम ऐसे, उसमें यूजुअली अब ड्रोन की जब बात करते हैं उसमें 3 ही चीज़ें इंपॉर्टेंट रहती है। GPS, जिससे ड्रोन को पता रहता है कि वो कहाँ पे है। फ्लाइट कंट्रोलर जो उसका दिमाग है कि GPS का लेके कहाँ जाना है वो डिसाइड करता है। और एक मोटर कंट्रोलर टू कंट्रोल द स्पीड। तो ये तीनों हमने खुद से बना लिया और 20 में वो चल पड़ा। एंड देन आई वेंट टू सर का जो पेरेंट डिपार्टमेंट है DST, कि हमने उनको दिखाया। और हमने सिर्फ 4 ड्रोन उड़ा के दिखाया उनको, कि छोटे छोटे 4 ड्रोन विद लाइट, कि सर देखो अभी बन गया, खुद से बनाया, अभी पैसे दे दो। तो यूजुअली मेरा काम यही था पिछले 2-4 सबसे जाके पैसे मांगना। तो आई वेंट टू DST। तब हमारे एक DST सेक्रेटरी थे आशुतोष शर्मा, और वो फेसबुक में मेरे को फॉलो करते। तो जो भी डेवलपमेंट टेक्नोलॉजी के लिए हम लोग करते हैं तो मैं बहुत रेगुलरली लिंक्डइन और फेसबुक पे डालती हूँ। तो उसमें सर को पता था कि हम लोग क्या कर रहे हैं, कितने साल से स्ट्रगल कर रहे हैं। और उन्होंने हमारी रिक्वेस्ट एक्सेप्ट की। उन्होंने बोला प्रेजेंटेशन करो। एंड हमने जब उनको टेक्नोलॉजी दिखाई तो दे टुक अ चांस ऑन अस, एंड उन्होंने हमें 50 लाख रुपीज़ दे दिए। और हमने कहा सर अब 50 लाख दोगे, हम उससे 100 ड्रोन बनाएंगे और 100 ड्रोन से हमारा बिजनेस चल पड़ेगा। और 2 हफ्ते में रिकॉर्ड टाइम था कि कोविड के टाइम पे 2021 में हमें 50 लाख रुपए मिले। और हमने 4 से, फिर हमने सोचा था 100 बनाएंगे, बट बने नहीं, बने सिर्फ 49 ड्रोन बना पाए हम लोग। और हमने 49 ड्रोन्स का एक IIT दिल्ली की ग्राउंड में डेमो किया, शो किया। उसमें इंडिया का झंडा बनाया, जैसे आप एक फ़ोटो देख रहे हो ना, ऐसे ही बहुत सारे फिगर्स बनाए। पर यू विल नॉट बिलीव इट, इट वॉज फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम इन इंडिया एनीबडी इज़ डन दैट। और हमने 2-4 लोगों को बुलाया था और बहुत लोग आए थे कि एयरफोर्स के, बिकॉज हम पोखरन गए थे तो हमें एयरफोर्स का कनेक्शन है, एयरफोर्स, आर्मी। व्हेन वी सेट दिस ईमेल कि हम ये कर रहे हैं, लोग अपने पेरेंट्स को लेके आए थे। तो एक एयरफोर्स ऑफिसर हैं, उनके फादर एक ग्रुप कैप्टन थे, वो उनको लेके आए। एंड जब उनके फादर ने इंडिया का झंडा देखा स्काई में, सिर्फ 49 ड्रोन, ही स्टार्टेड क्राइंग। मैम रियली गॉट वेरी इमोशनल। जो लोग एयरफोर्स में, उनको इतना कनेक्ट हुआ कि इंडियन टेक्नोलॉजी आप 40-50 ड्रोन उड़ा रहे हो। एंड एट दैट टाइम हमें लगा है कुछ तो शायद हम लोग ठीक ठाक कर रहे हैं, इट हैज़ सम मीनिंग। एंड वो 40 ड्रोन, 49 ड्रोन्स हमने दिखाए। पूरा IIT कम्युनिटी एंड DST, एक्चुअली पूरा Ashutosh sir came. So a lot of these people came and that video went viral on social media. And तब हमें लगा कि शायद it has bigger than scope than we thought. तो वो one of the video was seen by Ministry of Defense. और उनकी टीम, हमने जून 30 को डेमो दिखाया था 2021 लास्ट ईयर में। उन्होंने बोला आपने 50 ड्रोन बनाए, आप 1000 बना सकते हो और राष्ट्रपति भवन पे उड़ा सकते हो, बीटिंग रिट्रीट में हम आपको चांस देंगे। सो स्टार्टअप में क्या होता है ना कि आपके पास हिम्मत नहीं है बट हाँ बोलते हो आप। सर ने मेरे को 5 मिनट पहले बोला टॉक दे दो, हिम्मत नहीं आएगा कर लेंगे सर. So that is what we did because हमसे 50 भी बन नहीं रहे थे. There were lot of struggles. So I said नहीं हो जाएगा सर, पैसे दिला दो. तो उन्होंने बोला कितने पैसे चाहिए सर? 4-5 करोड़ बस. तो he's like no, not a problem. And that's where the sir comes. So I wrote a proposal कि इतना फंड चाहिए, क्यों चाहिए, डिटेल में बना के दिया. एंड उन्होंने रात को बोला था और सुबह मैंने पूरा रात जाग के प्रपोजल दे दिया. और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ डिफेंस देन कॉन्टैक्टेड डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी के अंदर TDB है, टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलपमेंट बोर्ड, जिसके सेक्रेटरी हमारे पाठक सर हैं. एंड तो ये प्रपोजल गया और उन्होंने इमीडिएटली एक्सेप्ट किया. उन्होंने बोला कि नहीं, इट हैज़ पोटेंशियल, एक चांस लेना चाहिए कंट्री को. और मैं आपको बताऊं क्या कि ऐसा ना आप रेयरली सुनोगे, ये फिल्मों में ही होता है कि एक नेशनल स्टेज है, राष्ट्रपति भवन में आपको अपॉर्चुनिटी मिल रही है. तो तब तो हमें क्लिक भी नहीं हुआ कि व्हाट अ बिग अपॉर्चुनिटी इट वाज. तो सर के डिपार्टमेंट ने हमें बहुत फटाफट फंड्स रिलीज़ कर दिए और वो फंड रिलीज़ से हमने 12 लोगों से हमारी टीम 40 हो गई और हमने 6 ही महीने में 40 ड्रोन से हम लोग 1000 ड्रोन बनाए. एंड फनी बात ये, जो पिक्चर आप देख रहे हो, ड्रोन बन रहे थे और सीधा टेस्ट भी वहीं हो रहे थे बिकॉज हमारे पास टाइम ही नहीं था. एंड हमने ये ड्रोन फिर बीटिंग रिट्रीट में मतलब हमें सब सोचना पड़ा ना डिज़ाइन कैसे करना, बिकॉज इंजीनियर्स एंड साइंटिस्ट आर रियली बैड विद आर्ट अनफॉर्चुनेटली. तो हमने वी फिगर्ड इट आउट, वी बेग्ड आवर फ्रेंड हो जिनकी आर्ट अच्छी है कि थोड़ा बताओ क्या बनना चाहिए, और म्यूज़िक लगा के वी वर एबल टू पुल इट थ्रू. सो दैट इज़ काइंड ऑफ आवर स्टोरी कि ये जनवरी में हमने 1000 ड्रोन बनाए. और अभी उस टाइम पे इंडिया बिकेम द 4th कंट्री इन द वर्ल्ड टू हैव दैट कैपेबिलिटी. एंड बहुत बार लोग ऐसे ही बोलते हैं, मैडम क्या लाइट शो करते रहोगे. तो आई ऑलवेज से कि डोंट गो बाय एप्लीकेशन. आप अगर सोचो 1000 ड्रोन उड़ रहे हैं, अभी लाइट की बजाय अगर आप उनमें थोड़ा बारूद डाल दो, तो अब किसी भी तरफ भेज दो, तो इट बिकम्स वेरी स्केरी फॉर द अदर पार्टी. If the drone is working for you, you are happy. If the drone is working against you, you are very scared person. तो ये ड्रोन जो हैं इनकी एप्लीकेशन बहुत डीप है. सो द नेक्स्ट लेवल दैट वी आर थिंकिंग वेयर 5G कम्स इन प्लेस कि यू कैन कनेक्ट दिस ड्रोन्स, मेक देम डायनेमिक, एंड दे हैव वेरी मैनी एप्लीकेशंस फॉर डिफेंस. इवन जैसे टावर मैनेजमेंट आपके टेलीकॉम में है, तो बहुत सारे एप्लीकेशंस हैं. एफिशिएंटली आप ड्रोन्स के साथ कर सकते हो, स्वॉर्म्स के साथ कर सकते हो, कि एनीथिंग अ सिंगल ड्रोन डज, मल्टीपल ड्रोन्स विल ऑलवेज डू बेटर एंड मोर एफिशिएंटली. सो हम लोग ऑलरेडी नाउ वी आर वर्किंग ऑन कनेक्टिंग 3500 ड्रोन्स. वी हैव अ टीम.
You have to tell them regarding that jammer issue on 29th. Okay, that is the story.
Yes.
So how this telecom, your say frequency band, what happened? That was a real challenge on that day. 28th night क्या हुआ? And that you can tell at least 2-3 minutes. Then they
Sure,
will.
sir. Actually, I had a video. I thought I'll play, but I think ये शायद कंप्यूटर में चल नहीं रहा है. So there was a video. तो I think आपके टेलीकॉम से कनेक्शन यही है. The previous picture. तो हम लोग 13 जनवरी से प्रैक्टिस कर रहे थे राष्ट्रपति भवन में. एंड द प्राइम मिनिस्टर इज सिटिंग ऑन द विजय चौक, वहाँ से राष्ट्रपति भवन के सामने है. तो एक इशू हमने मतलब शुरू से हमें पता था, पर हमें मालूम नहीं था कि इतना बड़ा इशू हो जाएगा. कि जब भी राष्ट्रपति या प्रधानमंत्री कहीं जाते हैं तो टिपिकल प्रोटोकॉल, सिक्योरिटी प्रोटोकॉल है कि आपको जैमर्स लगाने हैं कि कोई उनको अटैक नहीं करे थ्रू ड्रोन्स और एनी कम्युनिकेशन. एंड उन्होंने हमें प्रॉमिस किया था कि थोड़े टाइम के लिए वो जैमर ऑफ रखेंगे. बट 28 अभी ये कि इंडिया में शायद वो कोऑर्डिनेशन इतना नहीं है, कितने जैमर है किसी को पता नहीं, कहाँ रखे हैं किसी को पता नहीं, और बताते नहीं होंगे शायद, नहीं तो सिक्योरिटी ये भी हो जाएगी. तो हमारे को ऐसे इंस्ट्रक्शन दिया गया था कि 26 जनवरी के 3 दिन पहले से आपको रोज़ 6:30 बजे प्रैक्टिस करना है और कोऑर्डिनेट करना है. तो 28 जनवरी को हम लोग रेडी हुए अपने ड्रोन लेके, और मिडल में जैमर ऑन हो गया. तो उससे क्या हुआ कि ड्रोन, अभी जैमर ऑन होने से GPS ऑफ हो गया. अभी आपके ड्रोन्स आर लाइक ब्लाइंड, दे डोंट नो वेयर दे आर, व्हाट दे आर सपोज टू डू, एंड वो सब झूल रहे थे एकदम. तो हमने इमीडिएटली उनको नीचे लेके आए, वी टर्न देम ऑफ. एंड हम लोग बहुत डर गए बिकॉज अगर ड्रोन अभी सिर्फ 10 फुट पे ही थे, अभी टेक ऑफ ही किए थे, अगर ड्रोन और ऊपर होते और जैमर हो जाए तो सारे वो ऐसे पत्थर के जैसे गिरने वाले थे कि आपका सारा का सारा शो बर्बाद होना था। एंड वो तो फॉर्चुनेटली हुआ कि 10 ही फीट पे थे, तो हम लोग उनको वी हैड कंट्रोल एंड उनको हम नीचे लेके आए। एंड देन हमने बोला वहाँ पे जो भी ऑफिसर थे, एसपीजी, एनएसजी, कि हम अभी नहीं उड़ा सकते बिकॉज ये जैमिंग इज़ अ सीरियस इशू। और उसमें सबने मना किया कि किसी का जैमर चल ही नहीं रहा है, एंड नोबडी एक्सेप्टेड कि कोई जैमर ऑन भी है। दे ऑल, एंड देन हम लोग अभी डर गए कि ये कल शो है 29th को, और ऐसे अगर होगा तो नॉट ओनली वी लूज ड्रोन्स, शो भी खराब, इट वुड बी वेरी बैड सिचुएशन टू बी इन। सो मॉर्निंग वी फाउंड आउट इट वॉज दिल्ली पुलिस जैमर विच वॉज 3 kilometers अवे। वो कुछ धौलकवा में जैमर था कि जो ऑन था। सो द पावर ऑफ जैमिंग इज ऑल्सो एंड देन दे टर्न्ड, so these jammers are directional and they have a quite a bit of diameter. तो पुलिस ने सोचा कि वहाँ पे चला देते हैं, थोड़ा सेव कर लेंगे, but that the realization was कि the range is much longer than they thought. And that time the commissioner of police came in the morning, made sure the jamming would be taken off and we will be allowed to perform. So अब मैं थोड़े आपको स्लाइड्स दिखा देती हूँ ताकि, और वैसे आप YouTube करोगे बॉट लैब ड्रोन लाइट शो। सो जब से जनवरी से हमें बहुत अपॉर्चुनिटी मिले हैं, कमर्शियल अपॉर्चुनिटी। अभी थ्रू आउट इंडिया हमने बहुत सारे ड्रोन शोज़ किए हैं, 1000 ड्रोन्स, 800 ड्रोन्स, 200। एंड ये पिक्चर अनुज की है फ्रॉम राष्ट्रपति भवन, एंड ये हमारे लड़के स्टड बन रहे हैं। तो वो जब प्रैक्टिस कर रहे थे तो बहुत सारे फ़ोटोज़ क्लिक कर रहे थे। सो दिस वाज व्हाट आई सेड कि हमने ये जो बड़े ड्रोन हम बना रहे थे, जो हम तवांग भी लेके गए हैं चाइना बॉर्डर पे, हमने उनको दिखाया था। एंड ये हमारा करंट ड्रोन है जो छोटा सा है, 250 ग्राम का है, जो हमने बनाया, जो राष्ट्रपति भवन पे गया। अब इसका नेक्स्ट वर्जन हम लोग बना रहे हैं विद लार्जर। तो वी आर फॉर्चुनेट नॉट टू being able to perform not just at Rashtrapati Bhavan but almost all monuments. कि लाल किला पे हम लोग ने परफॉर्म किया, इंडिया गेट पे किया है, एंड वी वर ऑल्सो फॉर्चुनेट टू बी गिवन एन अपॉर्चुनिटी टू परफॉर्म इन अफ्रीका। तो अफ्रीका में एक छोटा सा देश है जबूटी, वेर वी वर इन्वाइटेड, एंड हमने एक फ्रेंच कंपनी को टेंडर में हराया इन टर्म्स ऑफ कॉस्ट एंड नंबर ऑफ ड्रोन्स। सो वी ऑल्सो हैड वन इंटरनेशनल अपॉर्चुनिटी, एंड दिस इज़ टू शो जो स्किल की मेरा हमेशा पेन पॉइंट रहता है कि इंडिया में कुछ बनने की डिफ़िकल्टी यही कि हार्डवेयर नहीं बनता। बाय हार्डवेयर यू मीन्स प्रिंटेड सर्किट बोर्ड्स की वेयर यू आर पुटिंग सेंसर्स टुगेदर। सो जो मैं फ्लाइट कंट्रोलर की बात कर रही थी वो ये है, इसको हमने जिंक्स नाम दिया था, तो वो चल ही नहीं रहा था। सो वी सेड इसको नाम ही जिंक्स दे देंगे हम, तो चलना, जोकिंगली ये फर्स्ट फ्लाइट कंट्रोलर था जो चल पड़ा। सो जिंक्स वर्कड फॉर अस। So this is the flight controller that decides, and ये GPS के images हैं, and ये है यहाँ पे flight controller and motor controller combined, and but you will be happy to know कि all of this is made in India. We have partners in Manesar जो हमको assembly में help करते हैं, and the flight controller दिखता छोटा है but ये बड़े से बड़े drone को भी उठा लेता है। So in a normal presentation this drone actually flies. So these are just more examples of what we have been able to do, and we are fortunate that media has been kind enough to cover our work. So we are regularly covered by media, and this is the new drone that we are working on. Personal use के लिए छोटा ड्रोन बना रहे हैं जिसमें कैमरा है, जो कोई भी, तो आप पूछोगे क्यों बना रहे हैं, बिकॉज इंडिया ने अभी टू प्रोटेक्ट द ड्रोन इंडस्ट्री, इंडिया हैज़ नाउ बैंड द इम्पोर्ट ऑफ ड्रोन्स। तो अभी आप कोई भी फॉरेन ड्रोन ला नहीं सकते हो इंडिया में। तो इससे क्या हो गया कि हमारा अभी मार्केट कंजर्व हो गया है, और जो इंडियन प्लेयर्स हैं so they can have more areas to work on. So this is the drone that now we are working for personal use, and that's pretty much our story. Thank you so much. And any question that you have, I'll be happy to answer if it is relevant to you. All right. Yes, sir. हाँ जी सर, Yeah. So we have a lot of तो IP है हमारे पास. So some 8-9 IPs we have generated. तो because इसमें क्या है कि जब आप ड्रोन उड़ाते हो, हार्डवेयर इज वन पार्ट, then you also have to have firmware, software, so the whole stack is built by our team here. तो इसमें हम लोग कोई भी टेक्नोलॉजी बाहर से नहीं बोरो कर रहे. Fully make in India, yes. Yes.
As you said that people are quite hesitant in going into the hardware.
Yes.
So what is your observation that they really hesitant in getting their hands dirty? This is something which I also have observed. Well, our reason was that we did not have enough money. This is the only reason that the baselines maybe in the hardware-based jobs is not at par with the, let's say, a data science profile?
नहीं, एक्चुअली ऐसे नहीं है. आई एम PhD, तो मेरे और भी लोग PhD में और भी कम जाते हैं. तो आई थिंक रीज़न वो नहीं है. मेरे को बाद में लगा कि एक रीज़न ये है, अवेयरनेस नहीं है. जैसे आप क्या है कि न्यूज़पेपर में क्या जाते हैं ना, IIT स्टूडेंट को पैकेज मिला 3 करोड़ ऐसे आता है ना. तो आई थिंक वो ग्लोरीफाई बहुत हो गया है कि AC वाली जॉब्स ना पिछले 10-20 साल में बहुत ज़्यादा ग्लोरीफाई हो गया कि माइक्रोसॉफ्ट में ये पैकेज मिल गया, गूगल में ये पैकेज मिल गया. एंड देन सम पेरेंट्स सिटिंग इन हरिनगर वेयर आई ग्रो अप विल थिंक कि अरे मेरी बेटी बड़ी होके 2 करोड़ पैकेज ले. ऐसे लगता है ना 2 करोड़ बहुत हैं 1 साल के. तो आई थिंक मेरे को लगता है कि जस्ट ग्लोरिफिकेशन ऑफ दीज प्रोफेशंस. एंड नोबडी इंडिया में कोई पूछता नहीं कि वो AC में जाके करते क्या हो. मतलब मैंने ये ऑब्जर्व किया, IIT में भी सब मेरे को स्टूडेंट आके बोलते हैं मैम जॉब लग गई, पर कोई बताता नहीं है कि यार जॉब में व्हाट इज़ योर प्रोफाइल, आप करोगे क्या, गूगल में आपने क्या करना है, इंजन तो बना हुआ है, व्हाट आर यू गोइंग टू डू, व्हाट इज़ गोइंग टू बी योर रोल. एंड एक्चुअली बिलीव इट और नॉट, बिग कंपनीज योर रोल इज़ वेरी स्मॉल. एकदम छोटा सा आप कुछ करते हो, सर्च इंजन ऑप्टिमाइजेशन में कोई ऐड ऑप्टिमाइज कर दोगे, क्लिकेबल बना दोगे. तो वो भी मेरे को थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम है इंडियन पेरेंट्स से. पैकेज देखते हैं, ये नहीं पूछते कि जॉब प्रोफाइल क्या रहेगा. एंड लॉट ऑफ कंपनीज, इवन आप IIT दिल्ली ग्रेजुएट हो, बहुत बड़ा प्रोफाइल नहीं रहता है. बट ऑन द अदर हैंड, मान लो आप हार्डवेयर स्टार्टअप में गए या हार्डवेयर कंपनी में गए, तो यू विल बी बिल्डिंग समथिंग. जैसे हम लोग भी हैं, तो कुछ तो मुझे जो लगता है कि द जॉय एंड द फन ऑफ जो आप हार्डवेयर में मिलता है, जो सेटिस्फैक्शन मिलती है कि आपने कुछ बनाया, उड़ रहा है, चल रहा है, कम्युनिकेशन हो रहा है, तो वो बताया ही नहीं जाता है ढंग से. तो अगर वो होगा, एंड इनफैक्ट अभी बहुत एग्जांपल्स हैं कि अभी रॉकेट गया है इंडिया के, अभी 2 रॉकेट बैक टू बैक प्राइवेट 2 स्टार्टअप नहीं किए हैं, और एक ने तो अभी क्यूबसैट छोड़ भी दिया है. तो अगर आप बहुत, जैसे इसरो जब भी कुछ ये सब सैटेलाइट छोड़ते हैं, डोंट वी ऑल फील प्राउड. आई थिंक इफ मोर सक्सेसफुल एग्जाम्पल्स आर देयर, and if IITs or even engineering institutions or wherever there are opportunity, if the prime minister or the ministers, they tell the truth कि बनाने में भी उतना ही जॉय है. एंड ऐसे दूसरा एक सैलरी पे मैं आती हूँ, तो ये भी एक मिसकंसेप्शन है कि सैलरी, अगर आप फर्मवेयर इंजीनियर की सैलरी देखो ना, फर्मवेयर इंजीनियर्स, इफ़ यू हैव अ स्किल्ड फर्मवेयर इंजीनियर, दे आर लॉट मोर वैल्यूएबल देन सॉफ्टवेयर. तो मिलना ही बहुत मुश्किल है. फर्मवेयर पे जो काम करते हैं बहुत कम लोग हैं. अगर आपको अच्छा फर्मवेयर आता है, योर पैकेज टू बिगिन विद, आपको 1 साल का एक्सपीरियंस है, 1.5 लाख की सैलरी है, वो भी स्टार्टअप में. हम लोग अभी 1.5 लाख रुपए फर्मवेयर इंजीनियर्स को दे रहे हैं, 1.5 लाख. सो वो भी एक मिसकंसेप्शन है कि हार्डवेयर में, जैसे हार्डवेयर में डिज़ाइन है, अभी अब ड्रोन का डिज़ाइन आपको दिखाया, जो डिज़ाइन इंजीनियर्स हैं, दे मेक टन्स ऑफ मनी. अब ये जो आपके आईफोन्स हैं, जो डिज़ाइन करते हैं, उसकी salary is much more than the software engineer than you think so. तो वो अभी इनफैक्ट एप्पल के वो डिज़ाइनर ने रिज़ाइन किया है. उसका करियर देखो आप, उसके द काइंड ऑफ वेल्थ दैट ही हैज़ जनरेटेड. तो आई थिंक ये एक प्रॉब्लम है कि द IT हैज़ ओवरटेकन, एंड बाकी उसमें वो जस्ट लाइक क्रिकेट है. अपने इंडिया में क्रिकेट के अलावा दूसरे गेम की अपन बात नहीं करते, बट देर आर अदर गेम्स विच आर इक्वली वैल्यूबल एंड meaningful. I don't think cricket is less or other games are more, but same way I think hardware is equally well paying and rewarding. Its only thing is कि वो अभी glorify नहीं हुआ है. नहीं, वो you're absolutely right. In fact, Brijesh is here, so I'm going to complain little bit about IIT. तो totally है. In engineering we do not teach children how to make anything. हमारे पास IIT के students भी आते हैं, they lot of time don't have experience कि PCB में क्या component बनने हैं, और lot of time आप software में कुछ बना लेते हो और आपको लगता है satisfaction है. Software से reality में बहुत सारे problems हैं कि अगर कोई आप बना रहे हो कुछ भी device, how safe it is, बहुत सारी चीज़ें form factor सब देखना होता है. And unfortunately I have now team of 66 engineers and lot of them don't come with any exposure. हमको 6 महीने लगते हैं एक engineer को train करने में to build things. तो totally education institutions have ignored. Lot of engineering college don't even have good workshop कि बच्चों को yes तो वो एक है कि अभी because focus इतना चला गया job oriented, तो workshop and अभी in fact I have seen positive change in IIT. Workshops are now much better at IIT कि PCB design machines बन रहे हैं, अपना print कर 3D printers अभी हमारे पास बहुत सारे हो गए, CNC machine हो गए. तो बच्चे ही अगर 12वीं के बाद आप exposure दो, and in fact उल्टा है कि people like to work inherently more with their hands. ये कंप्यूटर पे बिठाने का सिस्टम थोड़ा आर्टिफिशियल, आई मीन ही इज फ्रॉम बिल्डिंग भारती जहाँ पे सारे लोग कंप्यूटर पे बैठते हैं, तो आई वुड नॉट से मोर बैड थिंग्स अबाउट दैट. बट आई मीन इट्स अ नैक की बात है कि 100 में से 100 बच्चे कंप्यूटर नहीं करना चाहेंगे. आई मीन नेचुरली स्पीकिंग देयर विल बी अ डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ इंक्लिनेशन, राइट, कि कोई हार्डवेयर करेगा, कोई आर्ट करेगा, कोई म्यूजिक करेगा, तो वो अपनी सोसाइटी सबको ही IT में घुसा देते हैं. So I think the positive change is definitely there, and I've seen in my own IIT Delhi कि अभी people are पहले we have to beg कि आप हमारे साथ आ जाओ, and now I get lot of interns and applications कि IIT के students want to come work with us and they really look up to us कि कुछ ये लोग कर रहे हैं. In fact जब भी मैं कोई post डालती हूँ 2-4 बच्चे share करते हैं और उसको comment करते रहते हैं. These are all, I think, good things happening in our country. Yes, sir. Sir, very good question and बहुत है. तो अभी अपने country में बहुत सारे drone flying school खुले हुए हैं, तो उसमें there is like 3 days का course होता है और वो लोग हर टाइप के ड्रोन को उड़ाना सिखाते हैं, बिकॉज ड्रोन इंडस्ट्री ग्रो हो रही है, पायलट्स की बहुत ज़रूरत है. तो अभी hundreds of schools are there across country, DGA सर्टिफिकेशन उनको लगता है. एंड इनफैक्ट हम भी बहुत सारे कोर्सेज आर्म्ड फोर्सेस को देते रहते, BSF, बिकॉज दे रिक्वेस्ट अस कि आप इनको थोड़ा इंट्रोड्यूस कर दो पुलिस को. तो हम लोग भी लाइक बहुत बार तो प्रो बोनो हम लोग उनको बताते रहते हैं कि अगर आप पुलिस हैं तो आपको पता होना चाहिए कि ड्रोन में तकलीफ, हाउ कैन समबडी अटैक यू विद ड्रोन. तो हम लोग भी बहुत सारे कोर्सेज है, तो अभी बहुत सारे स्कूल्स हैं एंड सब. सर DGCA, तो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सिविल एविएशन है, वो एक लाइसेंस देते हैं और उसके लिए उनके कुछ क्राइटेरिया हैं कि आपके पास इतनी लैंड होनी चाहिए, होना चाहिए, वो होना चाहिए. तो जैसे ड्रोन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का एक लाइसेंस जैसे हमें मिला हुआ है, तो ड्रोन ट्रेनिंग का भी एक लाइसेंस होता है जो DGCA, इट्स अ बॉडी अंडर मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सिविल एविएशन दैट गिव्स दिस काइंड ऑफ go that you can teach people how to fly drones. Thank you.
I request Rajesh sir to come on the dais and say a few words.
Thanks, Manish. I'm not making any PPT. बंद कर दो भाई. कर दो, बंद कर दो. अच्छा मेरा. You see, I think you have stole all limelights. That's the risk I took by inviting Dr. Sarita. The idea was to tell you a journey of the first time entrepreneur. There are few learnings here. I will come back to many other issues I will touch upon, but being a entrepreneur yourself, how you defined entrepreneur. According to me, the best definition given by none other than the father of modern management, Peter Drucker. A good entrepreneur is always looking for the right environment. Their opportunities exist in the environment exists everywhere. And then create surplus, not only profit for themselves, but the goodwill also. To that extent, all industry, including telecom in India today, has flushed with opportunities. Now, madam talked about that we are not manufacturing hardware in India and all those things. I tell you, things are changing. And my organization, I give you some examples you will be proud of. One is already sitting in the dais. Such kind of technology which we have funded, this Technology Development Board is a unique organization in Government of India who supports entrepreneurs at all levels, startup, MSME, large entrepreneur as well. If you have some technological innovations and you want to launch some product and services, means if you are aware about the technology readiness level, I always call it is just from mind to market. There are 9 levels, mind, some idea generated, and then it converts into some concept papers, and then you do research and etc. etc. Still, you develop a prototype that is called TRL5, and you have tested it in that environment, or then you reach to a level of TRL6 or 7, where you want to launch this product in market. So you need manufacturing capability, and we support that financially, the Technology Development Board. I can give you a few examples to create. This is not that we are not doing in hardware side. I give you some example. One, today we are manufacturing linear accelerator LINAC. LINAC is used for giving you treatment for cancer therapy, that radiation. We are first in the world to use S-band magnetron technology. This technology is developed by our own institute, Siri Pilani, and used by our own entrepreneur in India, Bangalore based, and they are manufacturing this linear accelerator using S-band magnetron technology, and we will not only meet our own need, we are going to export this equipment to the world. We are the 3rd country to manufacture even LINAC. One linear accelerator costs around 25 crores today in the world market if you want to import it, but our product will be, including this S-band magnetron technology, will be around 12 to 13 crores, not more than that. You can see, and we are manufacturing. The very problem is, it is a mindset that we can do it. Today the mantra is not make in India, today the mantra is invent in India. The people are working in that direction, that we do not want to only manufacture, but we want to invent new products and new services. Probably the first in the world, as he rightly said, 6G, we are working on. We want now to become the world leaders, not the followers. So we have already started the process, and process led by Department of Technology. That will give you lots of opportunities for all the ISPs, entrepreneurs sitting here. Look, remember one thing. In marketing parlance, need and desire remains. It is only product and services gets changed. Maybe you are in an environment in technology which is highly dynamic, things are changing very fast. And probably if you can recall few years back where we are, I give you one example in telecom sector. When pager was launched, it was supposed to be some sort of a new path-breaking technology. We are able to connect through messages, but once 2G came, pager gone completely. RP Group of Calcutta has invested heavily in pager. They lost. Technology is changing so far, so fast. And today the challenge is now the 5G is already being launched in India. Today the statistics is out of around 120 crore subscriber, 117 or 120, whatever you say, is still 30 to 35 crore subscriber is 2G user. So we have the unique kind of mix, 2G, 3G and 4G, and now 5G is coming. So how this market will react? Demand may grow, but demand come from where? And do we increase, because we are the lowest ARPU in the world, even data cost and etc. How I am going to fund my, there are challenges. And once the challenge is there, there is opportunity. I always tell you that environmental, if you again go by some books, examples and all, there is a concept called pestle framework. That is the environment described. P for political, E for economic, all those. Last is legal. And legal, I always say there are two very clear concepts. One is everything is legal. One is everything illegal. But there is in between, no legal. There is no clarity. And innovation always comes and exploits that environment. There is no legal, and telecom is one such. We are, however, best you are trying to regulate. For example, SMS services was once prime source of the revenue for telecom operator. WhatsApp and all those have killed them. Now they are saying, why don't charge OTT and all those things. They are regulated, no legal environment. Somebody has came and developed a product, made the market and minted money or whatever. But there is a system. So you are in the telecom sector in such a domain where if not only your services go to the rural area, people are really looking for a good service. For example, you can take bandwidth and provide a geographical region, some sort of a unique services. One can be, I don't want to keep my documents at my home. I can keep digital document. You provide these services to the rural people, people will accept it. You go and provide the correct information to the farmers they are looking for. Can you design some sort of services, localized services for them? Telecom is base, 5G will come, 6G will come, only their data speed will go up. But if you can create new services in the ecosystem, you will thrive. All ISPs and all, I am addressing to you. Secondly, even the product side, as rightly said, lots of equipment manufacturing, not only let us not think about the big equipment, okay, that's fine, but even teeny parts of it is required in lots of investment as well as your entrepreneurial skill, and we can do that. Today, fortunately, as somebody asked, I passed out in 92, did from here MTech in 94. During our time, that was a fact, madam, we were bounded by such a thing that at least we should go and get a job, we should go and get a job. But today, people are more risk takers. The kind of engineers or engineering graduate coming out of it, they are risk takers. Otherwise, India would not have seen around 80,000 startup registered in DPIIT for last 3 or 4 years. Today we are producing unicorn every month, 3 or 4 unicorn. Some of the unicorn today was supported by Technology Development Board in that point of time when they were new. One example I always cite is Bharat Biotech. The co-vaccine which we all took, their first project was supported by Technology Development Board. You name any pharma company, be it Reddy Lab or Biological E, any Bicon of Kiran Majumdar, so all their project was supported. And today we are supporting their nasal vaccine project is installed, is being, that their production capacity of malaria vaccine as well as nasal vaccine in Bhubaneswar, Odisha, that project is supported by us. We are giving them fund of more than 100 crores. So our scale is even 5 crores, even 5, some of the project we have supported even 10 lakhs also. It all depends what is your requirement to 250 crores to established company. And here is the ecosystem today is developed in India, all sources, just you have to explore. There are floods of, as Madam was saying, yeah, that's fact. Normally we take 4 or 5 months, but in their case, time was the essence. There's no time available at all because you have to do the drone show. And somebody after the drone show congratulated me, and one friend of mine from Indian Audit said, how much fund you have given? I said, only 2.5 crores backed by 50 lakhs from DST and some 2.5 crores, madam, supported by IIT Delhi. So roughly around 5 crores for this project. I said, just go back, say this Russian company has charged you 4 crores, we have did in free. Madam has not charged anything for 29th of January, so in essence, we have created a company by saving that particular money. If I suppose I could have organized that, so I could have paid the Russian company 3 crore, 4 crore, whatever. But here is a company supported by Government of India, now it's flourishing. Many fields I have supported, IMS Technology Development Board, and we are supporting, in your case, in technology, in telecom sector, one project I would like to mention is a GigaMesh by Strom. This project research, it was mentioned by Honorable Prime Minister in his Mann Ki Baat speech, I think 2 or 3 months back. A Strom technology from Bangalore, GigaMesh technology for your data transfer for 5G services. Their technology they are working on. This project we are supporting. We have supported. Some of the unique project in environment, for example, we have supported a company called SkyShed in Hyderabad. They are utilizing that your solar, not without any panel, etc., for day lighting. For example, today we are sitting in this hall. If I use their technology, then this light is not required in the daytime. You can control the light like you are controlling your AC. You can even in the basement, 200 lux you want, you can get 200 lux. You want 400 lux, you can control that. Daytime you do not need any electricity. These projects we have supported, now they are in fact implementing it, and Rajiv Gandhi International Airport in Hyderabad. And the talk is on with Ayodhya temple, probably the Garbhagriha. We will be doing this if things materialized. I was telling someone in COP27, I went and Secretary Environment was on the dais, and when I spoke about one such technology, that technology need not be even Indian developed. If you have an international technology and want to bring it in India, adopt in Indian country, that project also we support. One example I gave in that COP27, one project we have supported in Durgapur, and the technology came from Netherlands, that guys, but Indian company, we do not support foreign company. And the project was cold mix technology. Cold mix technology, you see, if you do the pavement laying in road, so in 1 kilometer of PMGSY road, roughly we are laying on 50,000 kilometers of PMGSY road. I'm not talking about national highway. 1 kilometer of the road consumes around 5,000 liter diesel in hot mix technology. And 1 liter of diesel generates 2.7 kg CO2 in environment. Just multiply by 50,000. You are going to, and 80 rupees a diesel, even if I take, around 2,000 crores of foreign exchange you can save with this technology, because you do not have to expend on your diesel, as well as 6.7 lakh metric ton of carbon emission can be. So we can do development, sustainable development by using new technology. And the cost-wise, initially it is 20%, around 15 to 20% more, but overall life cycle of the road, it is proven 50% their life increases. So there are technology available that is called cold mix. Here we do not need to hot any or bitumen, etc. It is just pour in the same thing like you're doing water. They have developed some chemicals. It will mix and you do the road laying. And there are many path-breaking technologies which we are funding. And in India, things are changing. And I hope in technology, in telecom sector also, not only in your you say software side, means services, etc., you can come out with newer and newer innovative services. I can give you one example of services which we are using it through drone technology. Have you heard about Swamitva Yojana of Government of India? This Swamitva Yojana is being implemented by Survey of India, Surveyor General. This is one organization and Department of Science and Technology. And using drone, they are mapping all your lands in the villages and giving them the card that this is your lands, etc. Every records are there. So technology you can use in any application. It has technology. One says it is not confined to urban or rural. You are meeting urban need. I have let us say requirement is 10 gigabyte. When the rural 1 gigabyte will also work. So you have to develop, you have to come out with a newer and newer products as well as services. And I am quite sure that with this kind of you see interaction, etc., you can visit my website for detail. Every details are there, and anybody wants a financial support, if you are filling those criteria as per my website, you are most welcome. We do not charge even single penny for any entrepreneur for their project evaluation. So you can submit your project. All project submission is online. You need not to do anything. Just go on my website, type all those, prepare all those data, enter it, project report will be generated, and we will evaluate it. And our evaluation process is such a robust, we select all experts from outside. If for example, I tell you one project, which I have constituted initial screening committee, and the member is our ex-director AIMS, Randeep Guleria ji. One project of was from Bombay, Powai Lab for chips. There, the project, you see, the evaluation team consists of Dr. Kamakoti, IIT Madras director, and this was in my own pain. This is the kind of services we are rendering, and those kind of expert, Dr. Guleria or Dr. Kamakoti, you don't get his time. And here they are coming to us in my office, giving 4 or 5 hours of time to evaluate your project, so that you get all sorts of technical input, and we are with you till the project is completed. We do not, through the mode called Project Monitoring Committee, their experts will be available with you. We will go to your site and try to give that. So based on our evaluation strength, many of a startup got funding from outside, venture capital is ready to fund them. So this kind of ecology and environment is there in DST. Not only, in fact, I gave open offer to Secretary Telecom that even in telecom sector, if you want to do any research in rural exit area, you can have a tie-up with DST, have a tie-up with TDB. You just provide the fund. So just provide the fund, and we will be, because our system is ready. DST, TDB is one arm, which is kind TRL 7 and above. DST has many arms who is supporting in all levels. If you are doing a good research, ACRB is there to support you, your concept. If you are at little higher level, NEB is there, technology division is there. So we are there in the ecosystem. Biotechnology, Department of Biotechnology is there. Recently we opened a space sector, and the project, these 2 satellite launched with Dhruva Space, somehow we are in touch with them and we are supporting their project, Dhruva Space. Normally I go to those places and catch hold of them. Please come with me. And if you have a good technology, I will support you. I got so many good technology from many IITs where I have visited. So with this, I don't want to take long time. I hope we are already tired. If you have any questions, please, we all are there in DAS, ask questions. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
I request Professor Brajesh Lal also, please come on the dais. So now floor is open You can ask the questions. And some 1 or 2 declaration also will be made by sir. Yes. So please, you ask the questions. Mike, please. You raise your hand and he will come with the mic. Yes, please give the mic here. Yes.
हमारा क्वेश्चन अरविंद भल्ला सर से है। सर जैसे TSS जो आपके ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम है, तो जो हमारे स्किल स्टाफ होते हैं उनके लिए स्पेशली जो स्मॉल ISPs में होते हैं, जो स्मॉल ISPs की पेइंग कैपेसिटी है, जो उनके रूरल एरिया में रिक्वायरमेंट है, अकॉर्डिंग दिस आपके कोई स्पेशली ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम हैं? अगर नहीं है तो उन्हें आई सजेस्ट कि डिज़ाइन करना चाहिए जिससे कि हमारे स्टाफ वहाँ पे ट्रेनिंग ले सके।
So what I understood your question is कि ISP के लिए हमारे पास कुछ प्रोग्राम हैं कि नहीं है, और अगर हैं तो उसकी वैल्यू प्राइस कम होना चाहिए, ये कहना चाहते हैं आप?
सर हमारी रिक्वायरमेंट जो होती है बहुत हाई टेक नहीं होती। वी डोंट वांट बिग इन टेलीकॉम इंजीनियर
क्वेश्चन, ठीक है, मैं आपको
वी वांट जस्ट स्प्लाइसर एंड अंडरस्टैंड स्मॉल थिंग्स फॉर आवर पर्पस।
बिल्कुल। तो हमारे जो बहुत सारे जो प्रोग्राम्स हैं, एज यू से 58 के करीब जो प्रोग्राम्स हैं, उसमें जो लेवल्स होते हैं, लेवल 2 या लेवल 3 या लेवल 4। सो लेवल 2 पे तो हमारा जो होता है बहुत ही बेसिक, जो ग्राम पंचायत लेवल के ऊपर ग्रास रूट टेलीकॉम सर्विस के लिए वो एक कोर्स है। लेकिन लेवल 3 के काफ़ी कोर्सेज हैं, और ISP में नॉर्मली लेवल 3 के लोग ज़्यादा काम करते हैं, और उसमें हर तरह की ट्रेनिंग दी जाती है, हर तरह का प्रोग्राम है उसमें। और अभी जो लेटेस्ट जो डेवलपमेंट हुई है वो ये है कि 5G के लिए समझ लीजिए, या फिर सेम ISP जो है वो आज की डेट में बड़ी कंपनीज के साथ जुड़ के जो FTTH और ये सब काम कर रहे हैं, फ्रेंचाइज बन गए हैं या पार्टनर्स बन गए हैं, LCO मॉडल के अंडर काफ़ी लोग काम कर रहे हैं। तो उन सब में हमारे पास जो अभी नए कोर्सेज हैं वो इस टाइप के कोर्सेज हैं कि एक ही आदमी जो है उसको मल्टीटास्किंग आनी चाहिए। ये नहीं कि वो जस्ट एक आदमी एक्सपर्ट है जो सिर्फ फाइबर लेइंग का एक्सपर्ट है, और कोई आदमी है फाइबर जॉइंटिंग का एक्सपर्ट है, और कोई आदमी जो है जिसको सिर्फ STB के बारे में पता है। आई थिंक 7-8 जो चीज़ें एक घर में या एक ऑफिस में ज़रूरत पड़ती हैं वो सब उसको आनी चाहिए, और उस टाइप के हमारे पास कोर्सेज हैं। और 5G के रिलेटेड अभी हम और नए मॉड्यूल्स बना रहे हैं, क्योंकि 5G में इन बिल्डिंग सोल्यूशन एक नई चीज़ ऐड हो रही है। तो अभी तक इन बिल्डिंग सोल्यूशन हाई टेक में था, लेकिन अब मेरे को लगता है वो हर एक जो टेक्नीशियन या ISP का भी जो टेक्नीशियन है उसको ज़रूरत है, उसके लिए हम काम कर रहे हैं।
सर इसके लिए प्रोसेस क्या है? व्हाट इज़ द प्रोसेस? हम अपने बच्चों को ट्रेनिंग कराना चाहते हैं, उसके लिए क्या प्रोसेस है सर?
काफ़ी तो गवर्नमेंट की स्कीम्स आती रहती हैं जिसमें कि आपको कुछ भी पैसा नहीं देना होता, रादर गवर्नमेंट सारा खर्चा उठाती है ट्रेनिंग का। तो उसके लिए
नहीं, वो फ्री वाले सर नहीं ठीक है, थोड़े पैसे लीजिए ISP से, वो ISP देने वाले हैं, वो फ्री वाले चीज़ नहीं चलते।
बिल्कुल, बहुत अच्छा है आपका थॉट, बिल्कुल सही है। और जो
थोड़े पैसे लीजिए जो हम दे सकते हैं अपने स्टाफ के लिए, हमारे 5 स्टाफ है, हम भेजना चाहते हैं, थोड़े पैसे है, थोड़ा दिया
नहीं, बहुत अच्छा है। एक तो आप हमारी टेलको जॉब्स है एक साइट है, या हमारी इंटरनेट साइट के थ्रू आप कांटेक्ट कर सकते हैं, या मैं आपको अपने कोऑर्डिनेट्स दे दूंगा, आप मेरे से कांटेक्ट कर लीजिएगा। बहुत अच्छा थॉट है आपका कि जो नॉमिनल कॉस्ट है वो हम देने के लिए तैयार हैं। तो अभी ब्लेंडेड लर्निंग के ऊपर बहुत अच्छा काम चल रहा है, और हमने जिस लेवल की जो टेक्नीशियंस होते हैं उनके हिसाब से डिजिटल कंटेंट भी बनाया है, ऑनलाइन कंटेंट भी बनाया है, और उसके साथ हम ऐसा कर रहे हैं कि मान लो अगर किसी को टोटल 300 घंटे या 250 घंटे या 80 घंटे की कोई भी ट्रेनिंग है, उसमें से कितना पोर्शन हम उनको ऑनलाइन करा सकते हैं और कितना पोर्शन हम उनको क्लासरूम में बुला के करा सकते हैं, वो सब पॉसिबल है। और ISP वगैरह के लिए अगर मतलब ऑन द साइट आपकी लोकेशन पे भी ट्रेनिंग करना है तो वो भी सब पॉसिबल है।
Any other question? Yes, Mike, please.
Good morning, everybody on the dais. I am a PhD student, and I would like to ask one little question. Like, we filed several DST project proposals. So, what they essentially look for before granting these kinds of proposals, and what we shall focus more on, like collaborations itself or skills they look for.
I think this is a question for Rajesh sir on funding. Yeah. And Brijesh sir also.
From the other side of the table, and for sometimes while evaluating projects, so what I found is nothing can beat quality of the proposal. So the first thing is that you should be looking at something which is correct, opportune, and solid. After that, collaboration is encouraged, but that depends on the scheme. Some schemes want to increase the size of the ecosystem. Some schemes want to help a particular class of researchers. So do not look at collaborative or look at single research. What you should look at is what is it that you want to do. After that, you look for an appropriate scheme, because there is no single scheme that is available under a single ministry. There are multiple schemes under multiple ministries. And I'm sure if you have a solid idea and you have a team in mind, there will be a correct scheme that will be available for you. So do not plan a proposal based on a scheme. Look for a scheme based on your proposal. That is the way forward. All right?
I can give you different perspective. When we analyze in DST, we found that most of the proposal which is either funded by ACRB or any DST body, normally we found it comes from few established IITs, including IIT Delhi. Okay. Plus, in regional wise also, South India proposal are mostly getting through as compared to North India. That's the fact I'm telling you, because as a government side, a policy maker, I can tell you. So I said, I think why not the new IITs who has come up is good, why don't you encourage your people? So one program we did, taken by Technology Development Board. In IIT Patna, all our DST project heads were there in IIT Patna. We had a 3-day workshop and told them how to write your proposal first. As Dr. Lal was saying, that's a perfectly, you have to very clear about your project, what you want to do first, and more of it, how you are going to write your project proposal, that also have a equal weightage, if not more. So if you are writing a good proposal, so you have, first of all, you should have your concept clear what you want to do. Then you write a good proposal. And then third comes look for the right kind of a scheme under which this proposed project. For example, if it is related to biotechnology, then Department of Biotechnology schemes will come into. If it is related to, let's say you want to do something related to education or something, then Department of Higher Education will come for your school. There are schemes.
I want to write for optical communications field.
Of course, I think Department of Telecom, definitely. If your project is related at TRL, obviously now you are writing it, then probably I think Department of Telecom, which area, rural areas or something, what is your project concept?
I want to work on like
basic science.
No, visible light communications and beyond like terahertz spectrum, which is beyond 5G.
No problem. First have your project proposal ready and then probably IIT ecosystem.
Yeah, so for example, we have 2 fundings for VLC projects, one for Ministry of IT, another for Department of Telecommunications. And if we had approached the right scheme of DST under the right sub, you could have got it from there as well. So I will repeat, write a good proposal. And what Sir has told you is also very valuable. I forgot that, as a PhD, you might not have written proposals. So writing a good proposal is also a skill that you should have. So write about the correct things and write it well. And then choose a scheme. And I'm sure there are multiple schemes in which your proposal will fit, because for VLC, I personally know, my team is working on two projects, one from AT, another from DoT. So there are multiple schemes available, not to worry. All the best.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Any other question? So if there is no question, I request Siddharth Ramkumar to come and present vote of thanks. Okay. Yes, sir. Yeah. Sorry. You want to declare something, so you please come on, dais, sir.
So actually, I wanted to talk about this towards the end of the workshop, but the other committee members and I myself now feel that this is a better opportunity to talk about it. What NCA-F wants to do is go beyond just giving such trainings. Two-day workshops are good, but there's something that's even better that is possible. In the morning, when the select group and the DG Meta director, the two of them decided that it might be a good idea for IIT Delhi to team up with this organization and come up with a hand-holding kind of a scheme where we identify a few ISPs and work closely with them, try to understand their requirements, help interpret it for them, do the research and gap analysis for them, and provide the requisite technical and commercial support that is needed. So rather than do these workshops will continue, two-day workshops, for the larger ecosystem. But what we want to do is start with 5 or 10 companies, show them, help them with the ropes so that tomorrow they can mentor a few other companies. So this will be a longish association, 6 months, 3 months, 9 months. Let us see what the timeline works out to be. But right now what we need is for you people to show interest. There will be a form that will be shared, maybe early tomorrow morning or sometime in the middle of the day tomorrow, in which a couple of questions will be related to your interest in participating in such a scheme. Once we get expressions of interest, we will then shortlist some of these and pick up 5 to 8 companies and work very, very closely with them, try to understand their requirements, interpret it for them, then do a gap analysis, then help them build the technology, and then finally also use the expertise that we have in our management department to help them come up with plans for taking the work forward. So this possibly is something that was given a green signal by the secretary himself when he heard this. So I think we should not give this opportunity up. All the stakeholders at this point in time are extremely spirited and excited about this approach to making some of these smaller companies grow. So let's do it this time, because possibly by the next workshop interest would have waned. So those of you who are interested in spending time with academia, research and trainers, discussing your problems with them, brainstorming solutions, and then incorporating some of them into your way of doing things, are most welcome to put their names across. And if we come up with more than 8 names, then we'll do some kind of a shortlisting. And this opportunity, like others, will be without a cost implication. We will give you space and we will give you time. Both of these things will be given to you. So please make use of this opportunity well. And that's all I wanted to say right now. Thank you.
Siddharth, please.
Good evening, respected NICF officials, my fellow colleagues, and other participants from the industry and the academia. On behalf of NICF, I extend my sincere gratitude to Shri Rajesh Kumar Pathak sir, Secretary TDB, Shri Arvind Bali sir, COT SSC, Sarita ma'am from Bottlick Dynamics, and all others be here. So we had a very insightful discussion on on the importance of indigenization, of both software and hardware, on how, as Sarita ma'am had noted, that there was a scarcity of hardware engineers and also scarcity of funding in that particular sector, and role of bodies like the TDB in realizing a lot of goals for India, like the Make in India, our goal of being developed by 2047, and also for realizing the social revolution that was envisaged by the Constitution. So I thank all of you here and have a good day. Thank you.
Please be seated for a while, sir. I request DG sir to come on the dais. Sir, please come on the dais. Come here, sir. So I request DG sir to present both of present memento and shawl to the dais. Rajesh Pathak sir. Madam Sarita. Abhay sir, you also join, please.
I'm clapping.
Sri Arvind Bali sir. So with these, we are end of this today's session. Tomorrow we have very important two sessions. One on impact of 5G rollout and satellite communications on small licensees, and one on regulatory compliance, a panel discussion on license terms and conditions. Both are very important for all of you, and you all ISPs are requested to come and present your cases also, the compliance burden and all. So this is for all of you, and we start around 10:30 morning tomorrow.